All right, better now? You guys hear me okay? Yeah? A little bit better? A little bit better? All right, thank you, Tom Tom. I appreciate it. It's called One Piece Top 30 Strongest Characters Ranking. One Piece Top 30. All right. Okay, so good we got that shit out of the way because we got some big announcements. All right, so who remembers the bundle? Who remembers the bundle? Huh? Who remembers the bundle? For those of you who don't remember, I'll refresh your memories right here, right now. Hold on. The bundle was of the posters: Egghead Island, Wano, and Whole Cake. The perks of buying the bundle included, out of the many perks, one of them was live stream with me. So today, over the course of the top 30, some people have scheduled times to hop in the call. They're not necessarily going to be talking about the top 30. It's any topic that they so choose. They get 7-minute segments, basically, and then we continue with the top 30. So the top 30, this ranking is going to take some time. It's going to take some time. Lock in, because the way I'm going to do this top 30 is different from the way you've seen top 30s done before. Not super different, but I want to try something a little bit different than I guess, a little bit different than what we normally do, where I just do a list. I want to include my text reasons for every person, for every character that I rank. All right, I want to include text reasons, so, you know, it's not different in that sense. But prepare yourselves, because at certain segments of this stream, we are going to be having some guest callers come in, and they'll be sharing their thoughts or whatever, 7-minute segments. And yeah, interestingly, the majority of the people who bought the bundle, so I don't know who all is in the call right, or who all is in this chat right now. The majority of the people who bought your bundle, most people have not yet signed up for a stream segment. So this was this stream segment. The next stream segment that you can sign up for will be, it hasn't even assigned on Calendly yet, it will be in the first week of November. So apologies if you bought the bundle. The majority of the people who bought the bundle, I think we're close to like 30 people who bought the bundle, and only 5 people, 6, or actually maybe a little bit more than that now. Yeah, a fraction of that are signed up for this stream. So the remaining people will have to join in a future stream. But this is just a shout out to people who have purchased the bundle and not yet signed up for a stream segment. If you would like to join a stream segment, I know a lot of people just wanted it for the artwork, but if you would like to join a stream segment, this window's closing. You will have to basically get it. You will have to basically join the next batch of streams. Let me just make sure everything's good here. Okay. Dick so small, pistol involved, thanks to 5. Hey Morj, I emailed you a write-up I did. It did on the subtext of Kid and his relation to Shanks and Luffy. Check it out whenever you're interested. Oh shit, so this is different than the previous one? Okay. I'm down to look at the Kid one for sure, because I did have a video on Kid lined up for this Tuesday, but then I ended up opting for a different video instead. But I still want to talk a little bit about Kid, because I think he'll be relevant to the arc. So I will check it out when I get the chance. Thank you, Dick so small. Tom, thanks to the 2. I added you on Twitter. Semi-business related. Check, please. Ooh, that's interesting. I'm always interested in semi-business related things. I will check it out, Tom. Not in this moment, but I will check it out. I'll actually make a note right now for both of you guys. Hold on. And all right, done. Okay. And yeah, let's get into this stuff. Hold on a second here. All right, so the way I'm going to be trying to do this top 30 is basically, and we'll see how it goes. I don't want to become too text heavy, but I would like a shot at doing it like this, all right? So essentially, if you see here, right? My face in an okay place, I hope. Alright, so what I want to do is basically... I would like to, for each character, give a running sort of text explanation for why I'm ranking them the way they're being ranked. Alright? Yeah, overflow. Nah, overflow will be ugly. We'll just do wrap. We'll just make this long as fuck. Right? So this will be the character rank, and then this will be the explanation. Alright? I'm going to have to keep it tight, because we don't have that much room for text, but this is basically what it's going to be looking like throughout the stream. So I hope you guys are cool with that. I think it'll lead to some cleaner sorting of my thoughts, and then that way I can notice myself if things seem inconsistent, if I want to change things, etc. Melos is not about to be on a stream where Morj gaslights me that Law and Kid are mid. Hey, that's the way it's gotta be. I apologize, but that's just the way it's gotta be. Alright. Big Mom Bombs are getting top 1. They are probably gonna be ranked very, very high. They defeated Yonko essentially single-handed, right? Okay, so let's just get into it. Let's get into the thick of it. Is there a way that I can decrease the size? Yeah. Can I? Nah. I guess you need this part of it. Alright, we'll start from... Okay. I'm not using Pub Meeple because Pub Meeple takes fucking forever. It takes so fucking long, man. Pub Meeple is the longest fucking... I don't know. It just takes so fucking long. Alright, so here's the way it's gonna go, right? I think what I'm gonna do first is I'm just gonna jot down characters, start sorting them, and then begin shuffling them around as needed. Alright, as needed. Alright. And I'm gonna set a little... Hold on, let me see one thing real quick. Our first guest caller will be at 7:30 EST. So just a heads up for that. And it'll be 7-minute segments, so don't worry too much about it. Not crazy long, but for people to hop in. Okay. So I think just off the top, the characters that we're kind of looking at here are going to be this is going to be okay. This is main sheet. This is going to be this is a notes sheet. Notes, basically we got all our major groups, right? All our major groups conveniently shown for us over here. 1,121. Mr. MMF2, thanks for being a Yonko tier member for 24 months. More just a great stream, even though power scaling isn't for me, since it's crazy to power scale fiction, especially if it solely depends on one writer's whims. That's true, and here's the thing that a lot of people don't consider, is that I don't think that Oda himself has literally thought through every single... I don't think Oda as a writer is... Like, I think he generally has ideas of, like, where characters stack and kind of the gist of the tier list that, like, in his head... Right? Like, oh, obviously Yonko are stronger than, like, Yonko commanders and things like that, right? I don't think Oda's gone through and thought through every single little nitty-gritty matchup. Like, would Sabo have beaten King? Or, like, would, what would happen if Kid fights Yamato or something? I don't think Oda's thought through every single... Because there's so many fucking characters in One Piece, right? I don't think Oda's thought through, like, what would happen if Rayleigh fought, like, Ben Beckman right now, right? I don't know. Maybe I need to go more obscure. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, but there's certain character matchups that I don't think Oda has answered in his own head. I think it would take him some time, because ultimately a lot of things that would be decided for the sake of the story. It's like, oh, okay, would I actually want Katakuri to be above this character or not? Like, what makes more sense symbolically, this character's place in my story? I don't know. Like, when it comes to Akainu and Aokiji, right? I think that's a great example of, like, those are two characters that Oda could have decided either way who is stronger overall. But what Oda essentially decided was based on who's going to be more important to the story, right? And Akainu is supposed to play a bigger role. He's supposed to be the fleet admiral for narrative reasons, etc. And therefore, Oda ultimately determined, okay, out of these three admirals, like when Oda's conceiving the three admirals, Akainu, Aokiji, Kizaru, Oda's having to think through, okay, which one of these is going to be the fleet admiral? Which one is going to be, the big future antagonists for the story and everything like that. He has to decide those things, and then based off of that, that's where the ranking comes from. For some characters, like, I don't think does Oda have in mind who would win between Fujitora or Kizaru, or does he just think that, yeah, these two characters are essentially around the same level? I don't know. Okay. Real quick here, this is just a notes pad. We got Gorosei, we got Yonko plus Yonko Cruz, right? Major unaffiliated pirates, Kid, Law, Marco, Whitebeard pirates, Weevil, I guess Rayleigh. Let me know if I'm forgetting any unaffiliated pirates. Island characters. I think the only strong ones I can think of are Dory, Brogy, Yamato, Inuarashi, Nekomamushi. That's all I got off the top. We got revolutionaries, obviously. This is going to be a tight top 30. This is going to be a very, very competitive top 30. This is going to be extremely competitive top 30. Also, let's get the stream likes to 100. We're not starting the top 30 until we get the stream likes up to 100. We got Marines, of course. Holy Knights don't make the cut just yet. I think there's no point ranking them. Yeah, that's pretty much everything. Right? That's pretty much everything. I'll say Celestial Dragons, Gorosei plus Emu. Hancock for unaffiliated, sorry. Of course. Hancock. Kid, Law, Marco. Worst generation. I just don't think any worst generation are going to make the cut here. Outside of, I guess, yeah, you can add CP0 to the world government side. No, I'll say other world government characters. CP0, Magellan. I'm going to go ahead and say no Seraphim make the cut. I'll put the Seraphim in. I'll put the Seraphim in. And then here's the last thing. Major rule for this stream. All right, let me say this. Major rule for the stream. Is there somewhere that I can add text, like clear text, that will always be hanging here? You know what I'll do? I'll do this. I'll make this one. Can I split this cell or something like that? I want a major rule put in this stream, okay? So for those of you who don't, here are the rules, okay? The major rule that I wanna have as the consistent rule is basically this. We are rating characters in a ring out context. Okay? Meaning, if they were fighting on an island, who can knock who out? Hold on. I think we're good. If we're fighting on an island, who can knock who off of who can either KO or literally knock opponent out of island first. Why are we doing this, huh? Mihawk T Goats, thanks for being a Yonko tier member for 13 months. Sanji still hasn't caught up to Rooftop Zoro. That's a complicated conversation because you could argue that it depends what you call Rooftop Zoro. If you call Rooftop Zoro Ashura Zoro, right? If you call Rooftop Zoro Ashura Zoro, when the moment that he used Ashura, I think Ashura Zoro can beat King of Hell Zoro. I don't think that's a crazy take because Ashura Zoro objectively has better feats. And Ashura Zoro is likely already using Advanced Conqueror's Haki if you just break down the text. There's a solid chance that Ashura Zoro is already Advanced Conqueror's Haki, just Zoro unknowingly using it. versus King of Hell being Zoro finally mastering Conqueror's Haki and actively using it. But I think Ashura is still Zoro's best singular move. I think if you ask me what's Zoro's best singular attack in the story, it's the move that he used, Ashura against Kaido, right? So if you want to base it off, it's just that I don't think he can use that consciously. I think now that he's mastered Advanced Conqueror's Haki, maybe now the next time we see him in a serious fight against a top tier, he'll be able to pull out Ashura with control over it. But if you ask me straight up, I think Ashura is a better feat than King of Hell. Like, I think that's just true. Or at the very least, it's very tight, right? So if you want to compare Ashura Zoro to King of Hell Zoro, then, or Ashura Zoro to whatever, like, yeah, like, I don't think Sanji's as good as Ashura Zoro, but I think Ashura Zoro is also arguably his peak, you know? I do think that's arguably his peak. If you say everything besides that, then I think Sanji's caught the rest of Rooftop Zoro, in my opinion. Evil Friend, thanks for the 5. Usopp and Dressrosa got respect of Grand Fleet. In Elbaf, could he get recognized by the world, changing evil perspective of the Straw Hat crew post Egghead? I don't think the Straw Hat's the character's perspective will change just yet on the Straw Hats, but that's an interesting view. I don't think people will change their minds about the Straw Hats just yet, though. I think it will take some time to get there. Okay. The way I put it simply is basically, if you think Ashura Zoro is Advanced Conqueror's Haki, which hopefully will be clarified later, to me, every side in the text like basically spells out for the reader, beat for word, this is Zoro accidentally using Advanced Conqueror's Haki, right? Not literally word for word, but like in terms of the phrasing that is used for Advanced Conqueror's Haki and the phrasing that Kaido is getting at in every instance. Yeah, it seems as though Ashura is Advanced Conqueror's Haki, right? So if you believe that it's Advanced Conqueror's Haki, then yeah, I think it's better than King of Hell. If you don't think it's Advanced Conqueror's Haki, then it becomes debatable, right? But Ashura is objectively Zoro's best feat in the story, right? Ring out rules favor flying characters. It's tricky because it's just like, we have to do ring out rules at this point. We have to do ring out rules because otherwise the Gorosei just win every match. Because if you do genuine objective rules, which is just like which character knocks out the other character first, Saturn is better than Luffy, right? It's just true. Luffy can't beat Saturn. Luffy has time limits on his things. He runs out of Haki, he runs out of stamina, he runs out of Gear 5th, all of that stuff. We literally saw Luffy and Bonnie like teamwork fucking pummel Saturn. Nothing happens to him. Luffy doesn't... You need Joy Boy level Haki output to take out Saturn, right? To take out the Gorosei. If we don't do the ring out rule, then it just doesn't work. Like, I'm saying an island-sized context, right? So it's a pretty large... It's not like a tiny little ring. It's a pretty large surface area to work with, right? Normally characters... It's not like... Characters aren't really at risk of falling off an island of like being knocked off an island in their fights, right? For the most part. So I think it's okay. We have to do that, right? We have to do that, otherwise it just doesn't work, right? Because it's just like if it's by the argument of like, well, who can knock out who or who can kill who, then the Gorosei and Imu just take the top 6 spots for no reason, right? Unless you think like Shanks' Haki or something is so strong that it can do what Joy Boy did, which is technically implied in the script or in the story. Then you have an argument there, but at the same time, it's just like, that's a very specific, then it's like Shanks, Imu, Shanks, and then the Gorosei, right? All right, guys, so these are the rules, right? These are the rules we're going to be working with. Now, I'm going to pull in my first caller for this stream. And let's see how this goes. This is the first time I'll be talking to a viewer, just in general, live. All right, so let's see how this goes. I'm very interested. And our first person coming in is going to be named Binks Tavern. So, yeah, let's see. We'll give a little bit of a window. In the meantime, I'm going to keep talking about this shit. Oh, here we go. All right. Hey, hello. How you doing? Thank you for joining. You're the first person to join this stream. Let me just mess with the audio real quick and make sure that people can hear you okay. You mind saying something? Yeah, you mind just saying, hey, my name is, etc. Hey, sorry, hello? Hey, Binks, can you hear me okay? Let me see. Binks, I think you're muted right now. Sorry, I think you might be muted right now, man. Let me just check to make sure it's okay on my end. I'm seeing a mute symbol right here. Yeah. Can you hear me okay, man? Hello, hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. You mind saying a few things just so I can make sure that our audio levels are kind of similar? You mind just saying, hey, my name is, etc.?
Test 1, test 2.
Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to raise your volume a little bit. All right, one more time, please. You mind just saying test, test? All right. Saying, hey, my name is, etc.
Test. This.
All right. Let me see, make sure that it's okay for the viewers and everything like that. All right, I'm just gonna ratchet your volume up a lot so that people can hear. All right, man. Hey, nice to meet you. How you doing? Can you hear me okay? Hey, man, I think you might have audio... Hold on. Hold on. Oh, you're not hearing anything? Hold on. Here, how about now? Can you hear me okay? Hello, hello. Yeah, just make sure your audio is the Zoom audio and not the stream audio. Ah, okay. Okay. Audio and not the stream audio. Ah, okay. Okay. Audio and not the stream audio. Hello, hello. Sorry, guys. Let's see if we can fix this. I think it might just be figuring out the Zoom settings. Yeah. Everybody, big shouts in the chat for Binks Tavern for being the first person to hop on this, because that is brave, as people are saying. Let's see if this works. Hey, I don't think it's on my end. I don't think it's on my end. You can see my speaker and mic are okay. I'm good here. I'm good here. He's saying that he can't hear me. So my feeling is that I think his output might be a little bit off in the audio settings. Okay, go to sing. Why not use Discord? Who is this guy? Hey, if there's too many issues this time around, I'll switch to Discord. I just fucking hate Discord. I always find that there's a lot of issues with Discord. And hey, man, can you hear me? You go to audio.
Test 1, test 2.
Yeah, I can hear you, man. I can hear you. Okay. Does anyone have any Does anyone have any advice? TomTom says Discord is literally so much better than Zoom in almost every way. My experience has just always been that anytime that I'm doing a call with other YouTubers, streamers, etc., there is issues with Discord. And you might say, Morj, that's always on you. No. Many times it's on other people. Many times Discord just has random issues. Saying it's working now.
Yep, I hear you. If you can hear me.
Yeah, no, we're going to stick with you. You got 7 minutes. 10 minutes. Let's do 10 minutes. Cause,
I'm so sorry about that.
Dude, it's no worries. It's no worries. What happened? Just...
yeah, audio, it was on speaker 3, my HyperX, which is my speakers, but I switched out the speakers, so I'm guessing the speakers are bad.
All right. Well,
I have a new set of speakers.
Okay, well, how would you like to introduce yourself to chat? You want to be Binks Tavern, or you want to go by the other name that I'm seeing?
Let's go with Binks Tavern. So I have my own YouTube channel. It is Binks Tavern, but my name is Ryan Bells.
Oh, nice. Wait. You have a YouTube channel. All right. If you want
it's not a good YouTube channel.
We could pull that up really quick. Or do you want me to pull it up on stream at all, or no?
Oh, please do. Yeah. I started every channel out with a cheers. So cheers.
Oh, I've only got water this one, man, because you never know with people. Like, it'd be a fun stream to just, treat like a happy hour or have a beer or something like that, but then it's my first time doing this, so you never know what type of person's gonna show up. So I'm like, I kind of gotta be prepared for shit going wrong if it's a random guest.
Absolutely.
Oh, you're kind of far along. Maybe I've heard of you, maybe I've seen a video, but yeah, you've got 10,000 subscribers just about.
Yeah.
And what type of content do you like to do, man?
So I've been kind of going. I'm just trying to find out what works and what the fan base is looking for. So I go with mostly theory and reaction videos. I've not done anything as far as like power scaling. I figured I'd wait and get some like hot takes and see if I couldn't break some of those down. But more or less, it's just a lot of live reactions and a lot of theories.
Oh shit! They're saying my audio is bad. This is the same audio it's been for some time. I don't know what they're talking about. All right, I gotta turn my audio up. What is that? I'm sorry, man. Give me a second. Hello. Testing. Yeah, I'll just do this. Hello. Hopefully it's a little bit better now. All right. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to be rude. I was just seeing the audio thing. Do you mind
no worries.
shouting out to the chat one more time exactly what you do?
I do theories and live reactions. Basically, my whole mantra is let's have some fun. I make a drink for about every video, and we're just here to spread the fandom of One Piece and just kind of talk about what we find entertaining and ideally kind of have a good discussion about it.
That's awesome. So you want to share a theory or something with the chat, or did you come with something else in mind?
That is probably the hardest part about this. I didn't know what I'd want to talk about. One thing I thought I'd kind of bounce off you and see what you think. One of the takes I've been kind of going back and forth with is what happens when Luffy has to return the Straw Hat to Shanks. With us knowing so much about how important the Straw Hat is and then how he is Straw Hat Luffy, is that just like in-game stuff that happens at the end of the series? Or do you think he has to keep the Straw Hat?
So my personal feeling, and I'm not going to take this as I'm not going to claim this is my theory. All right, this is actually I have a good friend back at home who mentioned this to me actually when I was getting him to catch up on One Piece. So you can tell me what you think about this. I personally think that it is very likely that Luffy does in fact get the how do I say this? I think Luffy will in fact return the Straw Hat to Shanks at some point. I think that does happen. I think he will return the Straw Hat to Shanks at some point. However, I think that upon Shanks' defeat to Blackbeard, because I think most people, I don't know if you're on board with that, but a lot of people think that
Very much
Blackbeard
so.
will defeat Shanks. So I think that after Blackbeard defeats Shanks, I think that at that point we could get some sort of scene of Luffy, finding the defeated Shanks, red-haired pirates, potentially dead red-haired pirates or whatever, and then having to pick the Straw Hat back up again, kind of like
Yeah,
picking
absolutely.
it back. Yeah, just some sort of full circle moment, pick it back up, and then he's back to being Straw Hat Luffy, goes and defeats Blackbeard, etc., and Shanks is dead, and then the story moves on from there.
So I have a take that's not going to be popular, and I likely not going to happen, but it's a take that I'd like to see happen.
Yeah, go for it.
With One Piece is real common or commonly like goes back in time, and like we see Skypiea nodes in Wano or Skypiea or Egghead Island, and then we also have Dressrosa come up with Alabasta.
Mm-hmm.
And something we haven't seen repeated yet is Long Ring Long Island and the Davy Back fight.
Yeah.
So I'm a fan of the theory that there'd be a Davy Back fight between Straw Hat and Shanks. And then he would give the Straw Hat, and then maybe in a twist of fate, like there is something, maybe like Shanks has the last rogue poneglyph, and then he has a chance to get it, but instead of grabbing that last rogue poneglyph, he wants to go find it himself, and he'd take the Straw Hat back instead as his like last crew member.
Oh, interesting. Oh, I see. So you're kind of predicting out the Davy Back fight is like, that's actually a really interesting idea. Like Straw Hat, like Luffy literally, if he wins the Davy Back fight, picking the Straw Hat is the thing that he wants to take back to his crew.
Because he usually doesn't take what people think he's going to take.
That's actually a really cool idea. I like that quite a bit.
And
that would actually be a perfect out of left field Luffy move, and it's perfectly in character, and it's one that I think that Shanks would really resonate with and make him feel that he picked the right person.
Yeah, I think so. And it'd be neat if it was like not up to like a fight between Shanks and Luffy. Maybe it was like a thing where we have Usopp versus Yasop in like a shooting contest as a final like battle royale.
Yeah, dude. So I'll say this right now, which is one thing that I've thought about and hoped for some time, is basically that however the Davy Back fight goes, I would love for it to be, assuming that there is a Davy Back fight, right? Unknown yet.
Right.
But if there is a Davy Back fight
absolutely.
between Straw Hat Pirates and red-haired pirates, I would love for the final match to be Luffy and Shanks, and it comes down to a tie. I would love for the tiebreaker to be something like a randomly selected competition, and in that aspect, Usopp would have to step up because it's a sniping competition, and then go up against Yasop, and then it comes down to basically Usopp versus Yasop. So as like a tiebreak or something like that, and I think that would kind of fulfill how like Luffy once told Shanks that his crew will surpass Shanks. So I think thinking,
and then you get that opportunity for his crew to actually shine instead of Luffy shining.
Oh, this is just a test. Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely on the same wavelength with you there, man. So I think time-wise, is there just any video, because people are here right now, you got eyes, is there any video that you would like to direct people to before you hop off here?
I'm going to have a video coming out Monday, and it's going to be over, and we don't need to talk about this, but it's going to be over Emu.
Okay.
And the last thing we saw with Saturn was him kind of getting taken out. Mm-hmm. And I think I'm going to go with a time idea where he's like a god of time instead of, that demonic take.
Okay, that's interesting, because, I mean, the 900 years, the Void Century, how all of that happened, that is
like his awakening could keep them alive, where he takes that away. So, just something to look forward to on Monday.
To keep the Gorosei up, take time away from them, all that stuff. That is really interesting. So, I'm going to drop the link to your channel in the chat, and if people want to check that out, then of course, of course, go for it. Is there anything else you want to talk about real quick before I just wanted to make sure we got your shout out before we close out the stream time.
Oh, no worries. I appreciate you guys having me on. Thanks everyone for commentating, and I really appreciate it and really enjoyed the time.
Yeah, thanks so much for the support, man. I hope you enjoy the artwork, and we'll be contacting about the happy hour, obviously, it'll happen during a break week for other people who got the bundle. But everybody, big shouts to Binks Tavern for being the first person to join the stream. We got some more people scheduled throughout the rest of the stream. But yeah, thanks a lot, man. It was great meeting you, and good to know you're also a content creator. So you're pretty far along, honestly. So hopefully this can help out a little bit more, get some more eyes on you.
I think it will. Well, I'll go cheers out. You guys have a great one.
You too, man. Cheers. Have a nice day. All right, that went well. It was just an audio issue at the beginning, but yeah, everybody, go check out Binks Tavern's channel. I think I'm gonna be honest. I think it takes guts to hop on and be the first person to do one of these sort of things, because like it just does. It just does. Obviously, I'll say right now that if you want yourself to be joining one of these streams, obviously we still have the promotion going. The link is at the very top. Promotion's still going. If you got your bundle today, then you would be scheduled for the next stream out, which would be at the start of November. So just a heads up, you can't currently join this stream. But yeah, promotion's still going. Check it out at the top. You get all 3 posters. You get private happy hour with myself, other bundle people. You get to join a stream segment, get your thoughts off on a theory, debate me on a topic really quick, things like that. I think going forward we might do longer stream segments. We just didn't know what to keep it at for this first time around, because like close to 30 people bought the bundle. And we were like, well, how do we fit that all into one stream? But it seems that not that many people, I think a lot of people are scared to sign up for the stream time. So that means we have more time for people to join streams. So we'll probably be able to extend the stream time in the future. So the segments will be longer. Yeah, but everyone just say thanks to Binks for being the first person to step up. All right, let me catch up on supers real quick, and then we're going to get right into the top 30. And let me just check when we've got our next scheduled person. Yeah, we got a little bit. Okay. We've actually got some time for the next scheduled person. Next person's at 9 p.m. EST. Okay. Let me just catch up on supers real quick. JWP, thanks for the 5. Seraphim is like 7 spots that we don't know. Full strength. Are you gonna rate Seraphim as a group or individually? That's a really good question. I think I'm gonna remove Seraphim. I'm gonna remove Seraphim. Let's say no Seraphim. No God's Knights. Only alive characters. Tom, thanks for the 5. I recommend you raise stream delay when guests are on in case they start saying slurs, etc. Props for a cool event. Unfortunately, I quit my job recently. That is a good point. I'm hoping that people did not pay $250 just to join and say slurs. So that's a hope. But we'll work out the kinks as we go. And you said, unfortunately, you quit your job. But look, man, if you quit your job, that seems like a bad thing in the moment, but it's a path to something that you're going to be more happy and more fulfilled doing in the future. So I'd say it's a good thing you quit your job, right? Also, let's get the stream links up to 200 real quick. Goomba Boomba, thanks for being a Yonko tier member for 24 months, man. 2 years. Yeah, holy shit. Guests on stream, this is going to be fun. Also, Buggy got to be top 5 unironically. I don't know about that, man. Keep it up, man. Can't wait for Wano analysis. I think it's going to be fun with guests on stream. I was kind of nervous, too, with the first person ever, because I was like, well, I don't know, like, what if it is someone who just wants to jump on and say slurs or something? Who knows? A Wano analysis is coming soon. I swear, I promise. I'm still writing it. I'm trying to finish writing it this week. Linscoff, thanks for the 2. Our Pirate King podcast submission's still open. I think, yes, you can, because I have not recorded it yet. I will most likely record it tomorrow. So if you are a Pirate King member or want to join the Pirate King, if you want to get your submission in for me to talk about a certain topic or answer a question that you have in depth, be that about One Piece, other anime, other manga, other movies, TV shows, games, real life, a little bit personal life, any of that, you can submit your question that you want me to talk about in depth on my podcast for the Pirate King podcast submissions. Submissions are still open if you want to join on as a YouTube member or on Patreon. So it'll be open until tomorrow. I will be recording tomorrow, though. Diaklia, thanks for being a Yonko tier member for 22 months. For someone named Hawkeye, Mihawk's observation hockey is overlooked. Even Shanks has an ability to stop future sight, implying Mihawk is crazy good at it. Yeah, that is an interesting point, because if Mihawk is able to beat Shanks in sword duels, while Shanks is quote unquote the killer of observation hockey. That means that Mihawk's observation hockey must be, you're right, like really, really good to be able to handle whatever Shanks is able to do. So that is something that's an interesting point to bring up too, because a lot of people think that Zoro's weakest point in hockey is likely observation, right? I'm sure he's no slouch, but he's got advanced Conqueror's hockey, advanced armament. Observation is the one area we haven't seen him be shown to excel in. So it would be a cool contrast to get a bit more, a sword duel where, like, some of the nuances of the type of hockey that they're good at kind of contrast, So Mihawk being really good at observation, whereas that's not necessarily Zoro's strongest suit. That would be cool to see. Canute Worgen, thanks for being a Pirate King tier member for 3 months. I hope you got your submission in for this month's podcast. In the top 30, where does Birdcage rank? Birdcage was really strong, man. I don't know. It ranks really high. I do think it was funny that, like, right before the Birdcage happened, Zoro was yelling, Zoro was giving the speech of, like, in, like, the 7 heavens and the 50 seas or whatever, there's nothing I can't cut, as he cuts Pika, right? And then 5 chapters later, all right, I can't cut the Birdcage. So, thought that was interesting. Pointy Extra, thanks for the 2. More money. Keep delaying that Wano vid, boss. I will keep delaying it for you, Pointy Extra. I appreciate it. Thanks. It's coming, though. It is still coming. All right. Catching up here. All right, everybody. Let's get into it. Do we need any other rules? We are rating... Okay, I don't know why I did this on caps, but it's just the way it has to be. Ring out context. Okay, I'll say characters are being compared in context of an island-sized arena. Example, fighting on, let's say, Dressrosa. What's a big-ass island? Yeah, Dressrosa, I think, is the right size that... it's a huge island where you wouldn't really be in danger of, like, accidentally going off the island, right? But it is small enough that... yeah, it's small enough that, like, you could conceivably knock somebody off the island. You can either being able to KO, kill, or knock someone into the sea. How about that? Those are the rules. Because again, if we don't do that, then regeneration, like the Gorosei just beat pretty much everybody, right? Niranjan Pandit, thanks for the 2. Do you think Sogeking comes back in Elbaf? That's a question of, like, what Oda feels is necessary for Usopp's development. Because if you remember the Perona fight, it was kind of like Usopp needed to pull out the mask there again just to gain some extra courage. But he hasn't had to do that throughout the New World, even in moments where it's kind of needed, like the treble situation with the Tontadas and all of that. So that would suggest that maybe Oda's past the point of having Usopp pull out the Sogeking mask for courage, and he has to just pull it out from within himself rather than using the prop. But I think it would be a really cool callback if Oda's able to work it in well. Nerve AMV Maker, thanks for the 10. If Garling is going to be the final opponent of Shanks or Dragon, I really wish Oda had given... Jordan Perez is here. But his thing is not till... I think he's just joining early. His thing is not till 9:10 p.m. EST. So I'm just going to snooze this I'll just close this out for the moment. Yeah, I think that... yeah, I don't know. No, I was at the Garland question. Sorry, I was still thinking about Usopp and Sogeking. Nerve AMV Maker, thanks for the 10. If Garling is going to be the final opponent of Shanks or Dragon, I really wish Oda had given him an axe as a weapon. Zoro fans will never hear the end about how he didn't beat the real world's strongest swordsman. I think that an axe is just so close to a sword, though, that it would cause more discrepancies. I don't know. I do think the Oda's choice to... It is weird, because it's just like... it's like, why? It's so easy to avoid giving characters a sword, you know? Like, it's really not hard. Most characters don't have a sword. I don't know. I don't know. It's really not hard. It's really not hard to just not give a character a sword, but Oda does it knowing that the second most prominent character in One Piece, Zoro, his whole dream revolves around defeating characters who have a sword. So you should be particularly careful in who you're choosing to give a sword to in that regard, right? Fatingo, thanks for being a Pirate King tier member for 24 months. I hope you got your submission in. Dropping by to say, regarding a recent Pirate King member podcast, I think there is a general consensus in the fandom that Haikyuu has one of the best shonen endings, final arc, and chapter of the last 15 years. Ah, interesting. So, what Fatingo is mentioning is that in the Yonko podcast, so that's for Yonko and Pirate King Up, it comes out every week. What I recently talked about was how, Jujutsu Kaisen's ending, most people are not happy with the ending, and that in my time span reading manga, there's been no shonen that I could think of that have had unanimously, or like at least majority beloved endings that have finished out in the time span that I've been reading, right? So something always happens that complicates it or makes it very polarizing. So I did not realize Haikyuu. I think I'd heard that Haikyuu people did like the ending, but I did not realize that it's something that it's just something that slipped my mind, because I was thinking more so Naruto, Bleach, Fairy Tail, Jujutsu Kaisen, Demon Slayer, My Hero, all, even Attack on Titan, a somewhat polarizing ending depending on who you ask, right? But good point with Haikyuu. Thanks, Fatingo. I did not think about that. I should get back to watching Haikyuu. I enjoyed Haikyuu while I watched it, even though I had such negative perceptions of it beforehand. Caleb, cool guy, thanks for the 5. Hey, listening at work, I think it'd be cool to rank the top 10 characters with the most potential. Bonnie, Buggy, Gaimon, etc. Thanks for the content. I think Bonnie's got top tier potential right now. But just like way down the line. Just for way down the line. Maybe not top tier, but I think very high. Momonosuke probably as well. Sulong Beppo says, how do you become a Pirate King tier member? Excellent question. Thank you for asking. So you can join either through YouTube memberships or Patreon. If you would like to join through YouTube memberships, you can just click. There should be a thing below this video itself that says become a member, and then you can choose if you want to support. I'm covering the chat. Covering the chat. What does that mean? Oh, my face is covering the chat. God damn it. All right, thanks. Let me move that up. Thank you, Koch Panda. Chat should be up here, and should be further up, right? Or it should just show up here. Yeah, I guess we're good. Thanks. Mello says, couldn't name a single real volleyball player. What about the little giant from Haikyuu? That's got to be like a real thing, right? Avatar: The Last Airbender, best ending in BTW. Yeah, but it's not an anime. It just seems like an anime. All right, everybody. You know what frustrated me the most about Avatar: The Last Airbender? Okay, so when I was a kid, I used to read a lot, right? I love reading fantasy stuff. So Avatar, every season was labeled Book 1, Water, Book 2, Earth, Book 3, Fire, right? So each season was called Book, like Avatar: The Last Airbender, Book. And so I would go nuts, like trying to find the actual original book of Avatar, trying to read that, because I wanted to read it while waiting for the next thing to come out. Because like when you're a kid, you don't really know when the next season of something is going to go out. I just knew that I was out of Avatar episodes. So I was trying to find fucking like, what's the next book? There's no books. It's not based off books. So it's just lying to the people saying Book 1, Water, Book 2, Earth. There's no books. It's a TV show. I can't read anything. So that frustrated me. I was just like, no, there's got to be a book. I was convinced. And I would tell my mom, like, no, there has to be a book because it says Book 1, Book 2. So I want to be able to read Book 3 because it's taking a long time to come out. And she'd be like, no, there's no fucking book of it. And I just didn't believe it. Anyway. Binks Tavern, thanks for the sub. Binks, I'm going to make you a mod just because usually I do that for content creators who I collab with. And you're like a 10K size, channel. I feel like that's something significant, because I know the grind to get to 10K is hard. Like it's hard. I do think it gets easier after that benchmark. So best of luck to you, man. Okay. All right. How old am I? I'm 28. Okay. Get over it, nerd. Yeah, I had to get over it. Okay, do we have any other rules that make sense? We have to do it KO, kill, or knock someone into the sea. Yeah, we have to do the ring out argument. Like, an island is a huge expanse of space, right? So you essentially have to, like, really be able to absolutely beat the shit out of somebody to be able to take them off the entire island. You know what I mean? So I think that's why it's fair. Like, an island is a really, really large expanse of space, right? It's all of Dressrosa, right? There was not a single point in Luffy versus Doflamingo where there was a risk of either Luffy or Doflamingo being knocked off the entire island, right? Outside of probably King Kongan. King Kongan would have done it, and that's like a finisher move that defeated Doflamingo, right? So I think this is fair. Otherwise, the Gorosei are just unfairly beating everybody. JWP, thanks for the 10. Did you see the Grand Line review video where he 100% proves that Alabasta, Wano, Dressrosa, etc. are all the size of Australia, continent-sized islands inside the strip of Grand Line? The math is pretty exact. Alabasta, Wano, Dressrosa are all the size. They're all the same, but they're not. What? They're all the size of Australia, but Dressrosa you can cross pretty quickly. Wano you can cross like even quicker. I think Wano and Dressrosa are really tiny. I've not seen that video, but Alabasta I could believe being the size of Australia because it took them like many days to journey through the majority of Alabasta. I think of 3 days or something. But like Wano, you can run across Wano's regions. You can cross most of Wano in the span of like a couple days walking or something like that. Dressrosa, I think you can cross most of Dressrosa in the span of a day from what we saw. I don't know what math he used, but I'll maybe check it out. Gail Baker, welcome to the Yonko. Thanks for joining. You can check out the podcast that we were just talking about. Not the Pirate King podcast where you do submissions, but the podcast I just, Fatingo just referenced where I talked about the different manga endings. Virgil Hawkins, thanks for being a Pirate King team member for 24 months, and thank you for the support, of course, and I hope that you got your submission in for this month's Pirate King podcast. Get back into Haikyuu, plus would you ever do a sitcom tier list stream? Plus, did you ever watch Spectacular Spider-Man? I watched a few clips of Spectacular Spider-Man, but it was like later in life where I think I might have been too old to genuinely get into the series and really enjoy it. I've also never been truly a Spider-Man guy. Like, he's not my favorite superhero. He's not really up there exactly. But you know, I think maybe I'd have enjoyed that show if I was younger. Sitcom tier list would be a lot of fun. That's a good idea. I might add that to my list of ideas. The one thing with the sitcom tier list is that I'm not up to date with a lot of newer sitcoms because I used to watch comedy shows a lot. Like, a lot. Like, anytime I would hear about something being a good sitcom, I would definitely watch it. Then at a certain point, I don't know, I stopped watching TV shows, like Western TV shows as much in general from college age onwards, from post-college onwards. So things in the last, like, 5-6 years or something I'm not as up to date on. I will try and get back into Haikyuu at some point. Retro Records, thanks for being a Yonko member for 24 months. Hey Morj, haven't been able to catch a stream for the past few weeks. Luffy is top 5 no matter what at this point, no matter the situation. I think the one thing, I'd be inclined to agree with you, but the one thing that holds him back is his stamina. So if you wanted to talk about just Gear 5th Luffy, I think that's got a great argument for top 5. Like, almost definitely top 5. I could see Gear 5th Luffy really, really high, right? Definitely top 5. Maybe not, it's hard to say definite, just because Figarland, Garling, Emu, Shanks, Dragon, Mihawk, like, there's so many that I could see him maybe being, like, Gear 5th Luffy feels like he should be top 5 right now. I think it's just a toss-up between him and several characters. Yeah. But everything else, I think, like, if you include stamina in there as well, then it becomes more complicated. I think that's why I'm also trying to cut stamina out of this as much. Yeah, Luffy's top 5 for 5 minutes, and I think that balances the character. I think I think being allowed to knock somebody into the sea is a fair thing to include, because I think, like, we knew, like, we saw Luffy just low diff Kizaru and Saturn, right? But ultimately, he would have lost to both of them possibly just due to stamina reasons, and that doesn't feel quite right. So I think being able to knock someone into the sea, I think if you can, like, send somebody physically off an island, like literally send them blasting off like Team Rocket off an island out into the distance, I think that counts as a W, right? You know, for these purposes. Akash Panda, thanks for the 2. Determined Luffy can push himself back into gear 5th. That's true, but it's like, how many times can he do that? It's hard to say. It's really hard to say. Okay, so these are our rules. I wish I could put the rules... Oh, wait, could I put the rule... Is there anywhere else I can put the rules? Because I want the neatness of... I want the neatness of the 1, 2, 3, 4 just being the characters, right? I'm gonna go ahead and put this somewhere... Alright, we just have to remember the rules. I'm just gonna pin the rules at the top of the comment thing. Alright? Here. What if I put this here? Nah. I think we might just have to do it here. This doesn't feel right, though. Alright. I'll just put rules at the bottom. That makes it a little bit cleaner to me. Alright, rules at the bottom. Alright, let's do it. Let's do it. Okay, ready? Alright, so here's how... I'm just going to rattle off. I'm just going to rattle off a little bit. Alright, and let me set a timer to make sure that I'm not late for my next viewer's appointment. Which is, again, at 9 p.m. EST. Alright. Alright, let's get into it. The controversial part is beginning now. Let's get the Streamlabs up to 200 real quick because we're starting the main event. Alright. I'm going to take off the Seraphim. We're taking off the Seraphim. CP0, Magellan, Marines. Alright. Okay. I'm just going to eyeball it. Alright, this is just coming from the heart, all right, and then we'll logic it out afterwards. Colin, thanks for the 2. Mihawk equal Admiral. Zoro will fight greater characters afterwards. Thanks for your first super ever. I know that's a very controversial take you just put out there. There was a time, so if you've been a part of this community long enough, there was a time post Marineford where it was solidly debated whether or not Mihawk was Admiral level, because Mihawk just did not have the feat. Like, Marineford did not make him look that good. Now we have greater context to really understand that he was likely holding back a lot. But it felt as though Mihawk was outshined by Whitebeard, admirals, etc. in that war. So I remember a period of time where, like, I would be going in forums having to argue that Mihawk is like at least it was a hard argument to make. Like, arguing like Mihawk versus Aokiji was debatable, right? Like, it was hard to say. People really didn't know, and some people had Mihawk as low as like Yonko first mate, although that wasn't really established here at that point in time. But some people had Mihawk as being like just above Rayleigh, basically, but still below Kizaru, Aokiji, Akainu, because the three admirals really were given a lot of spotlight and hyped up a lot in that battle. Along with Whitebeard, of course. So I remember that era. Now it feels like we're at this other era where, like, some people put Mihawk, in my opinion, too high above Roger and Whitebeard and shit. So I think, like, seeing somebody say Mihawk is only as strong as, like, Fujitora or Green Bull, that's a throwback to me. Kosh Panda says you have to put the rules below top 30. I will, but right now we won't be able to see it then, right? So for the moment it's going to be here. As the list expands, then it'll just keep getting bumped down a row. Alright. Alright, ready? Okay. Let me just eyeball it. I'm just gonna eyeball it, alright? Emu, Dragon, Shanks, Garling, Mihawk. I'm just eyeballing. All right. We'll get to this. We will get to this shit later. All right. Okay. Let me take it piece by piece. Let me take it piece by piece. Okay. So if I'm doing Gorosei first, right? I think that's pretty clear. Garling, Warcury. They kind of are ordered for us, right? Venus, Juro, Mars. There we go, right? It's kind of... and I'm missing Jupiter, right? Then if we start adding in Yonko, I think... I think among Yonko crews, I think Shanks is above Garling. Let's put Mihawk here for the moment. Put Luffy here for the moment. Juro, Mars, Jupiter. I think Luffy could probably... Luffy versus Warcury is hard, because, like, evidence-wise, there's no evidence that Luffy can beat Warcury right now. If you want to say Luffy can, like, unlock something and figure out a way to beat Warcury, that's a different argument. At this moment in time, we saw Luffy in a 3v1 have to run from Warcury. Like, literally, Luffy with two strong characters, Luffy, Dory, and Brogy together had to run from Warcury. Okay, I'm supposed to be just eyeballing it, right? I'm supposed to be just eyeballing it, right? So let's just keep going. Let's just keep eyeballing, all right? Here, let's just do this for the moment. I shouldn't be putting not too much thought, right? We'll get into the nitty-gritty later. Get into the nitty-gritty later as we go, right? Kiji. I don't know why I went to Garp right away. Yonko. Let's get into the Marines a little bit. I'm putting Akainu here. I'm going to say the reason right now I have Akainu here, so you guys can kind of understand. Akainu, I'm rating a little high because I am making an assumption that Akainu has gained a power-up. Example. Otherwise, he would be much lower. Alright. So some things I'm clarifying right now. Akainu, Luffy, Venus, Juro, Mars, Garp. We'll keep going. Dick so small, pistol revolves thanks to the 5. Mihawk cut a wave bigger than Marineford itself from miles away, and Zoro says against Pika that flying cuts loose power with distance. Insane feat. Yeah, the iceberg feat was a really cool thing that Mihawk did at Marineford, but I think generally it's hard to compare that to other characters who are actually doing things at Marineford, right? I think if for example Mihawk, the other problem with it is that if Mihawk had done nothing at Marineford except cut the iceberg, then I think people would have still been really hyped about him. But the problem is that Mihawk did do other stuff. Like, he starts... It doesn't help that the war begins with Mihawk. The very first thing that happens in the war is actually Mihawk being used as a hype tool, right? Which is Mihawk throwing a slash, and then it being blocked by Jozu, right? I remember I didn't enjoy seeing that necessarily at the start of the war, because I was hyped to see what Mihawk could do, but then here I see him being used to hype up the Whitebeard pirates. But it is what it is, right? And then shortly after, you have the Mihawk Vista situation, etc. Now, in retrospect, all of us feel like Mihawk was really, really holding back, right? Because it's continuing to be established that Mihawk scales to Shanks, stuff like that, right? But that's in retrospect. At that point in time, we're not being given that, like, this is our first glimpse into how the top tiers of the One Piece world, like the stronger characters, interact with one another. So if you have this war going on, you have like admirals fighting Whitebeard, stuff like that, and then Mihawk, it's kind of just not really doing much. He has the iceberg moment, but then the other moments are just like him not defeating Whitebeard pirate commanders. It just doesn't give that much oomph to an argument that Mihawk should be above them. That's what it was at that time, I remember. Yeah, we're getting the Marines here. Garp, Aokiji, Kainu, Blackbeard. I don't think any other Marines are really making this list, right? Revolutionaries, we got... Alright, so we got Marines taken care of, Celestial Dragons taken care of. Are there any strong Marines that I'm not thinking of right now? I don't think so. Maybe Kobe. Maybe Kobe. I'll throw Kobe in somewhere. Let's throw Kobe in. We don't know what the fuck Kobe's gonna do. Alright, CP0, Magellan. I'm really eyeballing here, right? So we're gonna have to just put a bunch of characters and then kind of see how it shakes out afterwards. Say Zoro, Sanji. Don't worry about the ranking here just yet, right? We're just putting characters, right? Zoro, Sanji. So that kind of covers Luffy's crew. I don't think Jinbei's going to make the cut here. Affiliate external pirates. We've got Hancock, Kid, Law, Mark, Hancock, Kid, Law, Marco. Again, none of this is ranked at this point. Right now, I'm literally just trying to remember characters. Weevil, Rayleigh, Weevil. Right. Then we got island characters. We got Yamato, Dory. My god, this is going to be a really difficult top 30, honestly. There's too many characters. Oh. Can I not just merge this one? Oh, I see what it's telling me. Okay. Okay. Dorian Brogy, I'm going to call one character. Oh, no, I guess that's kind of dumb. It doesn't matter. Actually, we're going to make a call right now between Dory and Brogy, right? Let's just see. Let's just see real quick. Whose was actually bigger? Whose was bigger? We can solve it. Let's see. We're gonna figure this Dorian Brogy shit out right now. I'm gonna resolve this like 800-year or like 100-year conflict. All right. Let's see. Okay. Whose was bigger? So which one is bigger? All right. Brogy, look. Which one? Whose is whose? I think this one on the... Okay, hold on. Let's just do the poll right now. Okay. Which is... Actually, this is... No, well, let's just do the poll for poll's sake. Which sea monster is bigger? Left, right. There's no point. Neither of them are going to make the top 30 strongest, but now I'm curious. Interesting. So everyone can tell that this one's bigger. So whose was this? Whose was it? Man. All right. All right. Doesn't matter. They're ultimately not going to make it, right? Although I think Dorian Brogy are stronger than people give them credit for, because there's panels of them helping hold off Gore, say like Warcry, Mars, stuff like that. That's significant. I would not be surprised if Dorian Brogy are each individually, like Yonko's second commander or something like that. Yeah, Oda's inconsistent in size. Okay, continuing on. Hold on. So Zoro Sanji, Luchikobi. Let's get in other members of. Actually, no. Let's finish this out. Let's keep going in order, right? So these are all the island-related random characters. Yamato, Inuarashi. I don't think Inuarashi, Nekomamushi make it for sure. Other Yonko, right? So Shanks says Ben Beckman. Yeah, I'm getting to it. Oh, Sengoku. I'm sorry, I forgot Sengoku. My bad. Call me crazy. I think Sengoku still beats Green Bull. All right. Ben Beckman, Lucky Roo, Yasop. Right? Then Crocodile's in there somewhere. We got the Revolutionary Sabo. I think Morley seems stronger than Karasu. Just because Morley was the one that was mentioned here in Doflamingo's speech. So I think Doflamingo's speech is highlighting the strongest members of, like, the Revolutionary Army. So I'm going to throw in Ivankov as well. Again, this is just eyeballing, right? Let me keep reiterating for people who are showing up right now. Magellan, I'll throw in there somewhere. All right. Revolutionaries, I think we covered everybody, right? Island characters, we covered everybody. I guess I'll throw in, like, Jozu, Vista. Kuma's not... Oh, Katakuri. I guess we throw in Smoothie, Cracker. Okay, so that should cover unaffiliated pirates, right? King and Queen are still around. My bad. They're still alive. King, Queen. Kuma's too dead at the moment to count. All right. I think that's everybody. Kid, Law, Marco, Whitebeard Pirates, Yonko Cruz. All right. JWP, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. Thank you so much, man. As usual, the patron saint of this channel, as usual. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Yeah, man, thank you. And we got a lot of people in chat who got to say thanks as well. Prince Germa, make sure to say thanks. Gabe D. Champ, make sure to say thanks. Sulong Beppo, Chris W. Just everybody. Oh, Xiao Potts. Just everybody say thanks in the chat to JWP. He comes in very, very regularly to do this. So what I'm gonna do now is separate out a little bit characters that I think are here. Just for my own sake, right? Separate out characters a little bit that I think are yeah, this is going to be, we're going to solve this, we're going to do this in batches, okay? So this is a batch, all right? This is a batch that we're going to solve. These are top tiers. Top tier, like Admiral level plus, right? So this is Admiral level plus is what I'm calling this. Then does anybody else from here make Admiral level plus? I personally don't think so. So then the next group is basically what we would call below Admiral, right? Below Admiral, right? All right, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna nix characters that I think just straight up don't make it, right? Because we've got first mates, right? So I think a second mate like Queen won't be involved, right? So let's get rid of Jozu, Vista, Smoothie, Cracker, Queen. It's just too competitive nowadays, you know? I'm even gonna get rid of Yasop. Let's tighten this ship up a little bit. All right. Yeah. Do not. I've really in there. Remove Yamato? Nah, Yamato's strong. If I'm doing just first commanders, right? So let me remove Sanji for just a moment, right? So if we're including characters that we all consider to be first commander level, right? Let's I don't know. Okay. First mates, Zoro, obviously. You got a Rayleigh in there. You got a Yamato in there. I shouldn't even be ranking like this. I shouldn't be. We'll sort as we go. Okay, I'm just instinctively doing things. Kid and Law are supposed to be in there for some reason. Marco Weevil is unknown. I think Ben Beckman probably should not make the cut, right? One of Morley and Karasu and Ivankov needs to go. Also, maybe hot take, but I don't quite. This is gonna be brutal. This is just brutal. I think people are gonna be really upset because somebody's favorite character is not gonna make this list. Somebody's favorite character is not making this list. This is tough. The Revolutionaries are where we have our question marks because I think Ivankov is easily out, right? Ivankov should be out. I don't know how we're supposed to gauge Morley and Karasu at the moment. I think Morley is above Karasu. Attilio, thanks for the 5. Morj, watch Dandadan. It comes out this Thursday. It's literally Chainsaw Man and Mob Psycho mixed together, plus Yamato solos Lucci, Cope, Morj, still love you. I think Yamato beats Lucci. I'm on board. I definitely think Yamato beats Lucci. I'm gonna watch Dandadan. Definitely gonna watch Dandadan. I was thinking about watching Look Back. Please nobody spoil it. I'm gonna read it first. Dick so large I can't see my balls. Thanks for being a Yonko tier member for 6 months. Wait, did you change your name? I'm confused now. Is current day Mr. 1 stronger than Prime Diamond Jozu? No, I don't think so. I definitely don't think so. Because my personal feeling is that Crocodile is likely about first mate level. I think that there's still a large gap between Crocodile and Mr. 1, right? Diamond Jozu was a beast. Like, Diamond Jozu was taking on Aokiji for some period of time, you know? He got distracted and he slipped up. Man, this is just gonna be fucking brutal. I think people might think I'm overrating Dory and Brogy to have them even in here, but I think that they're... I don't know. I think that they're potentially supposed to be here. I think that they are fairly strong characters. I think Magellan shouldn't be here, personally. I think it's possible... This is really fucking hard. I think Morley does not make the list. Alright, we're cutting second commander type characters. I don't fucking know how to rate Kobe. This is gonna be brutal. This is gonna be fucking brutal, man. Somebody's gonna be upset. Something like a Katakuri might not make it or something like that, and people are gonna flip. I'd say Zoro, Yamato, Rayleigh, Hancock, Lucci. Zoro, Yamato, Rayleigh, Hancock. Kid. Zoro, Yamato, Rayleigh, Hancock. Kid, Law, Marco. Ben Beckman. Sabo. King. Right, that's 10. Katakuri. Those are all characters that people are very confident are first mate level, right? But then other characters, at the very least. But then other characters like Lucci, you could argue that. Kobe, it's hard to say. Sanji, you could argue that. Weevil, we don't know, you could argue that. Crocodile could be there. I don't think Magellan is quite first mate level. I'm going to cut him out. I think Magellan is just, there's it's the potential weaknesses. Crocodile is kind of ridiculous. I mean, this is assuming Crocodile got a lot stronger. So I'm kind of going with the logic that when I'm looking at Cross-Guild personally, right? When I look at Cross-Guild, I assume, like, it's the same way, Lucci got a lot stronger, right? Lucci became a lot stronger from the time skip. I'm assuming that Crocodile got a lot stronger. And when I'm looking at Cross-Guild, right, like, the sense I get is that, I'm kind of treating, like, if this is supposed to be a Yonko type crew, well, Mihawk's the powerhouse. He's the Yonko level character. What chapter was Cross Guild? 1058 maybe? Yeah, this is cross skilled, right? So, Mihawk's kind of the Yonko level threat, strongest swordsman in the world, and then I view Crocodile as basically being like, he's got to be like, in my mind, he's like a first mate level character probably at this point. It's just hard to say what he's supposed to be. All right. What about Crocus? I don't think Crocus is strong. Yeah, this is just going to be rough. This is going to be rough. I don't know what happens here. We know Weevil loses to Green Bull. I don't know how strong that makes Weevil. I really don't fucking know about Weevil, man. V7 2021, thanks for the 2. When Mihawk starts using Advanced Conqueror's Haki plus named attack, it's over. Yeah, let's hope so, man. This is just fucking hard. I don't know what to do with this group. This group is insane. This group, again, not ordered, right? Alright, let's say, should I do top group or bottom group first? Okay. Should I... Kong! Fuck. I've gotta fucking add Kong in. Yeah, Kobe might not be here. It's just hard to say because, like, Honesty Impact is like a thing, right? I'm fine doing either because there's a clear demarcation in my mind where this is the bottom of what I would call Admiral level characters, and then I go up from there. So everybody here, to me, is going to be below that, basically. Alright, I'm going to give it 10 seconds, because this is fucking tight. This is really tight. Kong is unscalable, wouldn't include him. Yeah, okay. I'll get rid of Kong. It's just not fun. But then by that logic, should I not include Weevil? Nah, I guess we got some stuff off of Weevil to go with. Holy shit, this is fucking tight. This is tight. I don't know what... I really don't know what the fuck to do with this. I am gonna make my call. Okay, no, I guess we'll give it 5 seconds. No. Okay, time out. I'm gonna do my call. I think it makes more sense for me to do top group first. I'm gonna do top group first because a lot of... Here's the reality. I'm gonna do top group first. I understand that it's tight either way. A lot of how these characters do below, a lot of how they're gonna be ranked below, is based on... Below is not ranked yet. Let's put that in red so people understand. A lot of how these characters do is judged by their showings against this top group, right? So that makes sense. Okay, so we're gonna do this. All right. Okay. All right, everybody. So this group, I think I did kind of instinctively rank as I went along. Is there anyone missing from this group that should be in this group? Anyone missing from this group who should be in this group? I think the bottom group is messier than the top group. Rafferty, thanks for your first super ever. The joke, just rank Kong after wherever you rank King. Zoro, I'm not going to put Zoro in there just yet. I think that's... Sabo's not there. Sabo, I don't think so. Okay, never mind. I meant characters who I've forgotten. Nobody who's here is definitively here yet. Maybe some are, but I don't know about yet, okay? They need more feats. Nobody here is here just yet. Everyone below needs more feats, okay? Like, maybe Sabo got a power-up outside the story or something, is now up here. Zoro, maybe if he's using Ashura, If Zoro's using Ashura, right, and he can control Ashura, like what he did against Kaido, then he's here, no question. Then he's in this top group, no question, right? Because of what he did against Kaido when all of his bones were broken, right? But at the moment, we need confirmation that he can do that, right? No. Oh, Shiryu. I fucking forgot Shiryu. Man. Although Shiryu will not actually make this list. I'll throw him in for fun. Shiryu's not getting top 30. No, there's just too much competition. Zunisha actually is supposed to be I'm not putting Zunisha. I think there's a solid argument for Zunisha for sure. A very good argument. I'm just not going to put it. I don't care. I don't care. All right. All right. I meant, is there any character I'm forgetting? There's no character it sounds like I'm forgetting, right? Okay. So here's the villains I'm going to include. Here's the reasons I'm going to include, right? So Imu, likely final, very likely final villain, god of the world, ruled for past 800 years, boss of all 5 Gorosei, and historically One Piece villains are stronger than all their strongest subordinates combined. That's usually true, right? Anybody want to challenge that claim? That's usually true, right? You put Kaido versus the Calamities, Kaido fucking fries the Calamities, right? Big Mom would destroy her entire crew. In fact, the entire Big Mom pirates were certain that they would have no chance once Big Mom went into her hunger pang. They were like, we can't really do anything to her, right? Crocodile shreds Baroque works. Lucci would likely wreck pretty much most of CP9 during the CP9 arc. NL with his priests, obviously. Doflamingo would... the things Doflamingo would do to his seats. In general, villains are much stronger than their subordinates, to the point that One Piece villains, the main villain is stronger than all their subordinates combined, right? That's pretty true. So if we want to scale Imu in any sort of way, I think just looking at the Gorosei as all being top tier characters, and Imu is likely stronger than all of them, right? All right. Kenji YST says, and by this logic, Blackbeard beats Aokiji. Except the difference is that Aokiji is not truly Blackbeard's subordinate. He's a subordinate in name only, but he made it very clear from the get-go, right? Like, that requires... This is reading comprehension, right? You could also make this argument to say that by that logic, Buggy is stronger than Crocodile and Mihawk. No. I'm saying that generally, historically, One Piece villains are stronger than their strongest subordinates. Is Aokiji actually going to be one of the Blackbeard Pirates' main subordinates at the end of the story? Fuck no, right? We already know, like, this scene clarified how the whole Blackbeard-Aokiji thing went down. Aokiji did not join Blackbeard because Blackbeard's stronger than him or something like that. Aokiji seemed to believe that he's stronger than Blackbeard. Moving along. Fine. I'll make a caveat. Historically, generally, like, the Gorosei are all... I don't know. They're all very strong. It's very likely Imu's stronger than all of them. Okay. Dragon might be a speculative call, but he seems to be the most important good guy figure, saved for the final battle against Celestial Dragons. Fact that Oda is saving him so much may mean even greater significance than Shanks, right? Shanks and Mihawk. Okay, so in the past, this is going to be controversial, but it shouldn't be anymore. Let me pull up stuff. I think for me, Shanks and Mihawk, which has been a toss, I've always leaned Shanks being possibly stronger than Mihawk just because the narrative seemed to suggest it so much. But then reality is we've only ever seen Shanks' sword abilities. And Mihawk is stronger than Shanks with a sword. I think once this came out, to me, this pretty much suggests that. Let's see. I think once this happened, I don't think. Like, this was what I was basically looking for, which was. Fuck, where is it? Yeah, here. This was what I was looking for. I've always talked about how, like, if it's possible that you can do hockey attacks that don't involve, like, physical attacks, like punching, using a sword, stuff like that, then it's likely that Shanks is stronger than Mihawk, right? I think this pretty much confirms it. Once this happened. Where's yeah. It's pretty much this. Right? Once this happened, in that Joy Boy no attack thrown, right? Just plain old hockey release, shreds all 5 Gorosei. Once that's shown, I think it pretty much, like, this is just the argument that exists for Shanks that has been a hypothetical argument for a long time, which is that if you can do significant hockey attacks without using a sword, then that's basically what could put Shanks over Mihawk overall, even if Mihawk's a better swordsman, right? The simple fact that this happened, and then right after that it's compared, was that even stronger than Red Hair's, implying that Shanks has, like, that's Oda implying that basically Shanks' hockey is, if not as strong as this, still in the same ballpark enough that the Giants would actually be unsure after seeing this as to who's is stronger. That pretty much means that Shanks can do something similar to this at peak output, right? So, yeah, Mihawk's going to be a stronger swordsman, but that was never the discussion or the question. The question was, could Shanks hypothetically do something else? We already pretty much saw it confirmed in the story that, yeah, there are attacks that you can do just plain hockey that would not require a sword. I think that pretty much settles it, right? Joy Boy's hockey release that settles that major hockey attacks could be done without throwing a punch, sword, / etc. Yeah. I mean, I think the moment that this hockey was compared to, like, Shanks' hockey in terms of, like, was it stronger than Red Hair's? Like, the moment that question is posed, it's just like, look, Mihawk can be very strong, but I don't think that his hockey is, like, I don't think he's doing this to all 5 Gorosei at the same time, you know? I mean, that's it, right? Like, we all know that Mihawk is stronger swordsmanship. That's not questionable. The question was, well, Shanks is kind of much more, not kind of, he's significantly more built up in the story, so how would it make sense for Shanks to be stronger overall versus Mihawk being a stronger swordsman? This basically answers it, which is Shanks, like, you can have major hockey attacks without using a sword, right? As soon as that's established, like, if just a basic hockey release can be, like, a extremely powerful just blast of energy, right? That basically settles that. And it's like, Oda directly compares it to Shanks. At that point, it's basically just like, yeah, that's pretty much it, right? Like, this wouldn't be used in a swordsmanship fight, obviously, because it's not a sword attack, but it would still win him the fight. Roboto, thanks for the 2. Who's more of a pathetic character, Bellamy or Kid? I think Bellamy has a great character arc. Yeah. Akash Panda says, you think Dragon is doing that to the 5 Gorosei? Why is he above Shanks? For the reason that I listed. That's it. I do think that if Shanks can do that, it's entirely possible that Dragon is even above that. I definitely think it's possible. Let me even that out. I think when it comes to plain sword attacks, Mihawk is going to be the top that we see in the story, right? I think that this just established that you can have a top tier attack that would not even require using a sword. So once that's established, it's basically just like that means that Shanks wouldn't have to just use a sword. Like people joke like Shanks is a combination fighter, hybrid fighter, etc. But this is kind of it. This just establishes that yeah, you can defeat 5 top tier opponents at the same time just using Haki, right? No swords, no punches or anything. So that's basically, if Shanks can do something like this, which is directly implied by the author, even if it's not as strong as this, it doesn't have to be because this is the strongest attack in the story. So this, to me, this moment essentially likely settled the Shanks Mihawk debate. We kind of got to see and confirm that Shanks can do this sort of thing, but throughout the story, it's basically implied that Shanks is like top tier Haki, yada yada yada, like very very hyped up in the story. Mihawk is specifically always referred to as having better sword skills than Shanks, right? So like this isn't controversial shit, right? This is just what's stated in the story. That's the previous chapter. Like in any sword duel, Mihawk beats Shanks, right? That's unquestioned, right? Any sword duel, Mihawk beats Shanks. But if Shanks just does this and his max Haki output is kind of insane, then that would, that's not part of a sword fight. This is a max Haki attack. So unless there's an answer to this, really, because like this has nothing to do with sword fighting, right? This is we all agree, right, chat? This is irrelevant to sword fighting. This is a different category. Established that Shanks might be comparable to this. Even if Shanks isn't comparable to this, this at least establishes that giant Haki attacks can be done without any physical sort of association of coding, right? So no coding necessary, just general Haki blast. If general Haki blast, the moment general Haki blast is established to be a thing, right, it eliminates the argument that because Mihawk is better than Shanks with a sword, therefore Mihawk is stronger overall, right? That argument immediately dies. That's just the way it goes, unfortunately. Dhruv Dewan, thanks for the 5. Made a template for the list you have, and I don't know how to post it here, so I emailed it to you. Oh shit, a template. Thank you. Let me take a look. Thanks, Dhruv. That's really helpful. JWP, thanks for the 10. I think it's super weird that when Mihawk's bounty reveal, they say possesses even better sword skill than Red Hair. Like, why not just outright say Mihawk is stronger? Why are you specifying sword skill? I mean, that's the thing. Like, Oda has very clearly specified that Mihawk is the better than Shanks as a swordsman. He has the best sword skill, greater sword skill, right? The moment that this happens, it establishes that you can do really powerful Haki attacks without using a sword, right? So the moment that happens, it makes a clear distinction, which is, okay, Mihawk is stronger than Shanks with a sword. That would not anymore mean that Mihawk is necessarily stronger than Shanks overall, because you can do top tier Haki attacks without using any weapon or even any sort of physical attack, period, right? You can just release Haki. So the moment that that's established that you can do giant Haki energy blasts, which is something I speculated on for some time now, if you watch my streams, that at the top tier for Conqueror's Haki, you could do giant Haki blasts and stuff like that. The moment it's established that that's a real thing, it basically means that this argument that Mihawk is stronger than Shanks with a sword, therefore he's stronger than Shanks overall, no longer exists. The argument is dead the moment that this happens, right? You can still debate Mihawk might be stronger than Shanks, but now you have to stack it up against everything else with Shanks in the series, which is Shanks is more hype, better portrayal, better feats, talked about more, all of that stuff. And it's suggested that his Haki is in the ballpark of Joy Boys, right? At least to neutral observers. Rensharter 2000, thanks for being a member for 20 months. Is Zoro a swordsman or a Haki man? I don't know if you're still memeing, but like, if you understand the argument I'm saying, which is pretty straightforward, swordsmanship always uses Haki, right? Swordsmanship always uses Haki. They're going to go all out using their swords when they're fighting, right? But this does establish that now you can use extremely powerful Haki attacks without using a punch or without using a sword, right? The moment that's established, it basically means that it no longer means that just because you are stronger with a sword, that means that you are stronger overall, because you now can use really powerful Haki attacks also without using a sword, right? So the Haki man argument is gone. Because like if you want to compare like Divine Departure or something, no, Mihawk should obviously be better than doing something like Divine Departure, right? Because Divine Departure is pretty straightforward. Like this is a sword attack, right? This is a sword attack. Mihawk should be able to do this, no question, right? Can Mihawk do something on the scale of this? Like, in terms of just releasing a general hockey attack, like general Advanced Conqueror's Hockey Blast or something? That's yet to be seen. I don't know if that's a thing, but Oda only specifies that Mihawk's better than Shanks with a sword, not that he's just better at hockey overall. So Shanks can still be better at hockey overall, meaning that outside using sword attacks, outside dueling with a sword, Shanks could still be stronger than Mihawk. So for the moment, I'm putting Shanks here. Dick's a small piss on the balls, thanks for the 2. Why would Taki be weaker on a sword versus a burst? I don't know. Yet to be determined, right? But the simple fact is that this hockey thing happened, right? This hockey explosion happened, and it was compared to Shanks's in the story. Was it even stronger than Shanks's? Meaning that whatever Shanks can do top-tier hockey output is in the ballpark of this. Not necessarily this, but in the ballpark of this, right? Don't get into me as to why how Oda logics out the hockey abilities and stuff like that. Why would it be stronger this way or that way or something like that? All I'm saying is what was established in the story. This is the strongest attack in the entire story. It is a pure Hockey Blast release. It shreds 5 top tiers at the same time. Unquestionably strongest attack in the story. And it's compared to what Shanks can do, right? I personally think that there's pretty much nothing in the story that suggests that Mihawk could do this. So I can't put Mihawk above Shanks. The moment it's established that you can do things outside of just swordsmanship with top tier hockey, it means that the Mihawk greater than Shanks because of the sword argument is over, right? Jolly D. Joestar, thanks for the 2. If Shanks is going all out, is he using a sword? I don't know. Maybe Shanks' strongest attack is something like this, what Joy Boy did. We don't know yet. All that's established is that this is the strongest attack in One Piece. That's number 1. 2, what's established is that Shanks could, hypothetically, do something in the ballpark of this, right? That's all that... I'm just telling you what's established. We don't know yet till we're going to see him on an all-out fight, but I wouldn't be surprised if his strongest attack in the story is something like this, because that's what we're being shown. That's what we're being shown. Strongest attack ever. Is it stronger than Shanks's? We don't know. Like, I'm just reading what's there in the story. Last time, if you guys recall, I put the Shanks and Mihawk thing up to a poll for debate, but because I didn't think there was conclusive evidence either way. I was like, Mihawk is definitely stronger than Shanks if Shanks can just use a sword, but if there is more to hockey that we have yet to see, wherein Shanks could have hockey attacks that don't use a sword, then Shanks could be stronger. That was my argument last time, right? This time, it's been confirmed. The thing I was wondering about is confirmed, which is, yeah, you can have an extremely powerful attack with just hockey, no sword. Like, this is in the story. You can't really argue with what's in the story, right? This does not mean it's definitive Shanks is above Mihawk. I'm just saying that evidence-wise, I think what we've seen with Joy Boy's attack, and then the implication that Shanks is somewhat close to being able to put out that output, and the fact that that's not sword-related, those things to me suggest that Shanks could be above Mihawk. That's it. I'm still putting Mihawk right there, but, you know. Dessus Mar says, so Shanks isn't a swordsman? He is a swordsman, and Mihawk's a better swordsman than him. Mihawk's the strongest swordsman in the world. But swordsmanship has nothing to do with whether Shanks is doing something like this or not, you know? This is kind of different, isn't it? It's kind of like... Well, you're saying that, like, Tyson Fury isn't the best boxer in the world, but he can't beat, like, an MMA guy or something? It's like, no, he can be the best boxer in the world. He's better than any MMA boxer, although Francis put that into question. But that doesn't mean he's also stronger than any MMA guy, like, in a straight fight. He's just the best, he's the strongest boxer. Clyde's Hockey Man argument is actually super backlaw. It's back in a non-ironic way. Like, it's back in a legitimate way. World's strongest swordsman. Better than Shanks with a sword, so can be assumed to be able top all of Shanks's feats with a sword. Zoro's final goal. There was a quote Oda dropped in an SBS, which was like talking about the legendary fighters of One Piece. So he was talking about like Whitebeard, Shanks, and Mihawk. I think that's a pretty good quote, but I don't want to overload it. Jolly D. Joestar, thanks for the 2. Rat Impact Shanks. V7 2021, thanks for the 2. Nika Haki nullified Saturn's ability but did 0 damage. I mean, what do you want me to say, man? If you genuinely want to argue that this isn't the best attack in the story, I don't know what to say. It did 0 damage, but like it did what nobody else could do in the story, which is actually affect the elders and undo their abilities, right? And this is just fucking Joy Boy's Haki being released, like not even directed or anything like that, right? This is not even him sending his Haki directly at them. This is just a general release. Also knocks out the entire supersized Buster Call from way far away. Like, I don't know what you want. Like, if you genuinely, to me, if somebody genuinely wants to argue that this moment that Joy Boy did isn't the most impressive, isn't the single most impressive feat by any character in One Piece, if you're genuinely arguing that just because it's then compared to what Shanks can do, then I think you've just got a bit too much Mihawk bias. Because, like, it was very clear the moment this happened, everybody was like, obviously this is, like, the most insane thing any character has ever done. It's from fucking Joy Boy. It fucking made Emu himself shit his pants, right? Like, this is Joy Boy level Haki that's being released, taking out all 5 elders that, like, the Strats couldn't stop throughout the arc. When this chapter first came out, everyone was like, okay, obviously this is number 1. This is the craziest thing any character's ever done. Then if the next chapter comes out that, oh, it's being compared to Shanks's, and then you're backpedaling and saying, oh, no, it's not that big of a deal. It should have knocked out Saturn or something. Like, if you're backpedaling at that point just because Shanks is mentioned, then you're not actually going with logic. You just don't want the implication of what is being implied here to be true, which is that Shanks can do some crazy-ass shit that isn't related to swordsmanship. You know what I'm saying? Hero, thanks for the 5. I get your reasoning, but the same Joy Boy feat can be said for Mihawk. He could have used his strongest Haki to turn his sword into a black blade. So if we get that feat from Mihawk established, then I will move Mihawk above Shanks. Like, it's just 3 and 4. I'm not saying Shanks is up here and Mihawk is here. I'm just saying that Shanks is here and Mihawk's here. Last time I had it dead even, and I think I gave it to chat for a poll. This time, and Shanks won by a hair, if I remember. This time I think there's more evidence to suggest that Shanks can do it. Maybe Mihawk can do it, but at the moment I'm putting him here. I should add narratively for what dragon. I'll say very speculative call. All right. We got another caller. So we got another caller. We're going to do this. And we actually have 2 callers here back to back. So everybody get ready. We're taking a pause. 2 callers here back to back. Let's hope that we can sort the... Yeah. Let's hope we can sort this without too much issue. Hello, hello. Can you hear me?
Hello. Yes, hello. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Let me turn up your audio a little bit. You have any way you can turn up your audio maybe just a touch more?
Can you hear me now? More?
Yeah, actually, that's pretty good. That's pretty good.
Okay, good.
All right.
Hello.
Hey, yeah, nice to meet you. Thank you very much for joining.
Of course, thank you.
Should I call you Naren?
Naren, yeah.
Naren. All right.
Yeah.
Nice to meet you. How are you doing?
I'm good. I'm good.
Are you excited?
Yeah,
you're not the first one, so we got that out of the way. So maybe that can make you feel a little bit calmer. I'm not sure.
I just joined like 10 minutes ago, so
oh,
it's like. So I was just like, let me see what's going on.
Yeah.
So I was like, maybe if you guys are doing a continuing chat, I could like join in.
Oh nah. you got the next time slot is blocked out for you, man. So yeah, floor is yours. Thank you very much for the support. Thanks for being brave enough to join in the stream. Like a lot of people were saying that you got to be brave as fuck to join, with 700 viewers live. So yeah, this is your moment. What do you want to talk about? Can be anything, theory, analysis. We can debate a topic for a bit if you want. I'm up for whatever.
I mean, topic-wise is, I guess, I'm always curious if you think there's going to be more Straw Hats, and I think that's a kind of a common one.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think potentially like two more. I don't think any more than that.
Okay, so what do you think are going to be the strats? And if you've got any socials that you want to shout out, like a Twitter, a YouTube, anything like that, feel free to shout that out here, and I can link it.
No, I'm good right now.
Okay, all right. All right,
Fair enough.
so what two strats do you think are going to join? If you got two on the docket. Also, what do you think about Yamato? Do you think Yamato's a good potential candidate still or not?
So Yamato's the one that I'm always like 50-50 on.
Okay.
So I initially during during Whole Cake Island and then like the introduction of Yamato, I thought it was going to be Carrot. I was very like a Carrot person.
Okay.
I'm thinking like just because she was there from the entire thing, and then during when Jinbei finally showed up, we see like Carrot part of that celebration of like
Yeah.
oh so I was like oh maybe so I was heavily in the Carrot side over Yamato, and then I couldn't see it, but now post Wano, I do feel like oh Yamato could be a Straw Hat.
Do you feel like Yamato is set to get a character arc? Because, okay, I'll say one thing, which is I was very disappointed that Carrot did not get anything in Wano because it felt like she was being set up for something with Perospero, if I remember. Like, there was something happening there. She was being shown, like you said, with Jinbei, and then it just disappeared for a stretch of time. And then she turns out to be the Duke. So I'll ask that first. Like, how'd you feel about how Carrot was treated at the end of Yamato?
I mean,
at the end of
like,
Yamato, at the end of Wano.
At the end of Wano. And for the way, at that point, I was like, I guess you're going to throw her a bone because she's not going to be joining the crew at that point, clearly. And so it's like, if she's not going to be joining the crew, give her something else. But I do think with Whole Cake Island, her why am I blanking on his name to death?
Perospero?
No, not Perospero.
Pedro.
Pedro's, yes, Pedro's death. So that it led to it could have led to a very nice confrontation between Perospero and Carrot, and I was a little bummed that we didn't actually see that fight or any type of like really acknowledgement of that, like significantly.
Yeah. I mean, because that was really powerful for a character potentially, but then it just didn't lead to, I don't know.
Yeah,
it didn't. I don't know. Maybe we'll see something next time around that she's around or something, some flashback to Pedro or something like that. It's hard to say.
I mean, that is if we're gonna see any like significant like stuff from the Big Mom Pirates. I guess we'll see them around, but I don't know if they'll have any major story relevance anymore after this, right?
People have talked about Cross Guild, like Katakuri and them potentially joining Cross Guild, but like it's hard to, because Cross Guild's like a mishmash of like shitty people, and Katakuri's not a shitty person.
The way I see Cross Guild is just like all the warlords, they're just going to go to Cross Guild. So just all the 7 warlords will just eventually, whoever's like alone will kind of just line up there and like congregate there.
I've thought about potentially, Weevil joining because Weevil seems like a perfect fit for them. But then Hancock's the tricky one because Hancock hates dudes except for Luffy.
That's
so I'm
true.
just like, I can't. It's hard for me to imagine. It would have to be like really convenient for her. She will do things that are convenient, like she joined the Shichibuka in the first place. But I don't know.
It's funny you bring up Hancock because whenever you think of a warlord, I know she is a warlord, but I just never put her in that same category because I always see most of the like Jinbei and her. I always don't put them in that category because I think I see most of the warlords as villains, and then those two are not.
Yeah, they're good. They're well,
and so that I kind of just erase them from my head when I think warlords.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking like Doflamingo and like Gecko Moria and all those guys kind of there.
Moria joining could be cool, and people have brought that up, I think, in previous streams. And I think Moria would be a cool little addition because he could add like some solid zombie numbers. It's hard to say.
It would help boost their strength. I would definitely say Gecko Moria comes in because the Cross Guild themselves are not the strongest group.
They're like a fake Yonko crew at the moment. Like they're strong, but they're a fake Yonko crew.
Buggy's every much legitimate as he can be. Any other Yonko.
I mean, he can draw people. I think that's the big thing. He can draw people.
That's true.
Yeah. All together, they make a fake Yonko, basically. I think Mihawk's the only one that truly can, like...
That's true.
I think he makes like 50% or more of their strength.
I mean, it has been pointed out multiple times that, like, each of them kind of, Mihawk, Crocodile, and Buggy all kind of represent the 3 things that Gold Rogers had mentioned at the beginning before his death.
Yeah. Like
wealth, power, and
yeah. Wealth, fame,
so all
and power.
That. Yeah. Wealth, fame, and power. That's what it was.
So together, they're like Gold Roger. Yeah.
That's true.
I did have one thought real quick before I forgot, which is just that, like, with Carrot, she didn't get anything in Wano, but to be fair, she did have a really good moment in Whole Cake. It's like her story kind of wrapped pretty well in Whole Cake itself, with her getting the Sulong moment, because she ends
Yeah.
with Pedro like telling her that everybody gets their time to shine. She
Yeah.
then we see the emotional repercussions and effect of that on her for the rest of the arc, and then she has that moment where she goes Sulong and saves all the Straw Hats. So she gets a really good little arc over the course of that. It's just that I think then he should have not made her put her in the spotlight again in Wano and kind of set up more character stuff for her. It seemed like with Perospero, because then he didn't
Yeah.
have anything else to follow up on. He could have just not
I
used her again much prominently after Whole Cake, and I think no one would have minded. I think.
yeah, I think yeah, having her more in the background I think would have helped because then you're not it's not drawing attention to the fact that oh she could be a potential Straw Hat.
Hmm.
And then wait, just going to the back to the Yamato, like the other before I forget, I do think Vivi's coming back to the crew. That's I think she'll join the crew kind of as a permanent member, at least until the end of the series, whenever she does that.
I could definitely see that, especially because the location of the Straw Hats right now, with like many of them being at sea, Vivi and Wapple trying to find like roaming around the area and everything like that. I could definitely see that being a possibility. And like I like Vivi a lot, so seeing her on board the crew again would be a really nice, refreshing throwback to where things once were. But are you counting her as like a new like when you're saying two new crewmates? Do you count Vivi as that, or are you saying two new people?
I think, I guess she's kind of like her number. It's like half
Yeah.
new, half not.
Hmm.
That one, I guess 2 to 3, I guess is a better way to put it.
Okay.
Yeah. So Vivi, I think would be one. Yamato's is where I think in the regards to her character development, her story arc, I think we're essentially going to get a version of that, an abridged version of that with the cover story.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't think there's enough time or space for how Oda wants to write it
I would agree.
for it to adequately have a full story arc for Yamato. So we had a little bit of it in Wano with just her backstory of being Kaido's daughter, and then we'll get like an abridged version of that in the cover story. And I think that's the best case scenario I think we can get if Yamato having a story arc is going to be like.
All right, then gun to your head, because I do have to bring on the next caller in a second. Gun to your head, you got to pick one other member, not any of these mentioned already, who you think might join the Straw Hat crew. Who would you pick? Who you think is likely?
So
you got to
that last one
bet
is
money on it, like $50, $100, $200. You got to bet $200.
okay. I was hoping to just so this is where I was like, I want to see who's in Albaf, and that's who I'd like maybe someone new that we haven't met yet.
Mhm.
Like kind of like a surprise pick. But if I'm picking someone that's already been in the story, who I think
Elbaf's surprise pick is a fair pick. Like it could be Loki, it could be somebody like that for sure.
yeah, that's what I'm thinking. And then potentially who actually I hadn't thought about further back, but maybe I'm thinking maybe Momo might be a potential, just him and Yamato kind of fulfilling the Odin role.
Oh yeah, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Momonosuke fits in a way. I view him as like ally at this point rather than long term. But yeah, Momonosuke.
Yeah,
I felt Momonosuke was going to join the crew as cabin boy for a long time, but then that turned out to be Bonnie, which I would
Yeah,
never have guessed. So
that is true.
it always keeps us guessing.
Yeah.
But yeah.
Oh yeah, and then there's definitely Bonnie too. So
Yeah.
I think she also has a huge potential right there as well.
Yeah, I've almost got her penciled in, but I'm still not 100%. But I'm pretty much there. I think.
Yeah, I'm just waiting to see what we're gonna do, what's gonna happen with Kuma, because right now he's just
Yeah.
battered up on the ship, and we don't know where that's gonna end.
So my quick feeling that I'll just get off right here, and then I think we got to call it, and you can tell me how you feel about it.
Yeah.
But I feel like Kuma dying, passing on the fruit to Vivi, who might be about to reconnect with the Straw Hats. I like that potential sequence of events. So we'll see how that goes if that ends up basically
Ooh.
playing out. But that might be too dark. I don't know if Oda does that. He might just want to keep Kuma around now at this point, but I don't know. Naren, I do have to switch over to the next
yes.
caller now, but
Of
if you
course,
got
of
any
course.
final closing thoughts that you want to give, that'd be great. And again, if you want to shout out anything else, I'd be happy to do that right now. And I really, really appreciate the support, obviously, and I like seriously props to you for being willing to jump on a stream with so many people watching.
No, of course, I'm glad. Hopefully, I can helped with a productive conversation.
Yeah.
Oh no, I appreciate this. This is fun. Your channel kind of helped me get back into One Piece because I had stopped during Dressrosa, and then I was like, COVID happened, and then I found your channel. I was like, oh, maybe let me start reading it, catching up again, and it kind of rebuilt my love for the series again.
Dude, that's awesome. That actually makes me really, really happy because, like, I love talking about this story so much.
Yeah,
And I do think that a lot of the channel, even if I can be critical at points, I do think a lot of the channel can help cater to. I like to think it helps cater to helping people think about the series in maybe some ways that they didn't before. And I think that's one of the things I try and do.
no,
So,
I definitely
yeah.
like when you talk about like just media in general. Like the critical eye you have is pretty. I enjoy and helps me like, oh, like maybe I should start thinking of things that way.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that a lot. Seriously. Really, really happy to hear that. And yeah, I'm sorry I do have to switch over to the next caller now, but
Of course, yeah.
I think
All
we
right, thank you.
definitely were able to give the viewers something to think about
Of
here.
course,
And yeah, I appreciate the support. And yeah,
of
hope,
course,
hope you can continue enjoying the videos from this channel going forward.
absolutely, absolutely. Thank you
All
so
right.
much.
Thank you.
All right,
Nice to
bye.
meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
All right, sorry, we're a little short on time, so I'd like to be able to decompress and talk a little bit about that, but we're going to have to jump over to the next person real quick. And then after that, we'll be back to the top 30 for another hour. Let's see. All right, I'm gonna keep this Zoom room open because we're waiting for a viewer. In the meantime, we'll just keep talking about this. But yeah, I do have fun like the Carrot Yamato debate was so big for such a long time. And yeah, shout outs to Naren. Everybody says shout outs to Naren because like this was like obviously a big I just think it's a big step having like never speaking in front of that many people. Well, I don't know what he does in his personal life. Maybe he's a public speaker. We don't know. But I think it's a big step in general. Never speaking in front of a lot of people and then throwing yourself into it. And then just having a normal articulate discussion with, being able to express your thoughts, bring up points, not really being, nervous or anything like that. So big stuff to Naren. I think he was very, very calm, composed, and everything throughout that. If you're still watching, man, shouts to you. Thank you very much for the support again. Yeah, I mean, I'll just say on my end that when I first started doing this, I think like it feels big to try and. I feel like if I just started out and right off the bat I had to stream in front of like hundreds of people, that'd be intimidating. But that's not the way YouTube goes, right? You start in like a small growth, so then it never feels overwhelming at any point. But yeah. All right, everybody. We're done with Mihawk and Shanks. All right, Garling, I'm going to say right now, strongest Gorosei, Emu's strongest subordinate, likely final villain's strongest subordinate. Should have comparable strength to Shanks plus infinite regeneration. Oh, I'll catch supers in a second. Plus infinite regeneration. Plus mythical Zoan abilities. I think if you add in infinite regeneration and mythical Zoan abilities, I think that there's entirely a possibility that he's above Mihawk, but I think that would open up a above Mihawk, maybe even above Shanks now. The only reason I'm not putting him above Dragon is because a lot of people speculate that Garling could beat Dragon. Could be the one to beat Dragon. I think, okay, here's the way I'd put it. If Shanks, I think either Dragon or Shanks is the one to beat Garling. I think, unfortunately, there's a very real possibility that, I think there's a very real possibility that Kid and Law are the ones to beat Garling, in which case I'd fucking throw up, but, I think it's very possible that Garling could be. If Dragon is the one to beat Garling, I think it's possible Garling is supposed to be stronger than Shanks. If Shanks is the one to beat Garling, then obviously Garling should be below Shanks. At the moment, I'm just going to be a little bit conservative with my estimate for him, put him here. I think it's entirely possible Garling is as high as, like, how do I put this? If Shanks is supposed to be Garling, then I think around here is fine for Garling. If Dragon is supposed to be Garling, I think Garling could be all the way up here. And then finally, if Garling's supposed to be beaten in a team effort, like Kid and Law together beat Garling, then Garling could literally be right here, right now. But I think conservatively, I'm going to go ahead and put Garling here. Yeah, that's all I'm going to say. Hold on. Continuing on, let me catch up. David, thanks for the 10, man. I disagree. The Hockey Blast did no damage to the Gorosei. The way I read it, simply canceled out the power that brought them. Saturn, who was physically there, did not take damage or get sent back. Let's take a look again. It did not damage them. That's true as far as we could tell. But it did undo their transformations, each one of them. Sent these ones back, right? And at the very least, it had some significant effect. Keep in mind, these Gorosei were not affected by anything, any physical attack that any character did, including Gear 5 Luffy whatsoever. Huff. This is more than anything any of Luffy's attacks did, period. So right off the bat, you have to scale it above that, right? Second, it wasn't directed directly at them. It was just a wide-scale Haki release. We know that Haki can be directed, as we've already seen in the story. Like Haki, just general release, you can direct it, in certain directions, like Shanks sending it over to Green Bull, right? So this was just them just being in the presence of Joy Boy's Haki, right? And then third, we know that at the very least, it undid all of their Devil Fruit abilities, right? It undoes all of their abilities, each and every one. It's not just sending them back, because you use Saturn as the example. With Saturn wasn't sent here, he physically came there. His Devil Fruit form is still being undone. So for each of them, it's doing two things. It's undoing their Devil Fruit forms and sending them back and clearly affecting them in some way, right? It is fucking broken. I still believe that, how do I say this? I still believe that any sort of significant pushback to this being the best feat in the series only happened after chapter 1123, after this line, was that even stronger than Red Hairs, right? I'm still screen sharing, right? I think it only came up after this line. Before that, when this chapter first came out, I don't remember there being any pushback whatsoever to this being the best feat in the series. So, to me, if the pushback is only coming after this, was that even stronger than Red Hairs? If you're only trying to argue against this feat because you don't like the implications for Shanks, then that's a disingenuous argument. That's my view on it. Maybe that's not what you're doing. Maybe that's not it. Maybe right off the bat this happened and you just watched this whole crazy Haki release and everyone's reactions to it, and all the Marines being knocked out, all of the Gorosei being defeated, sent back home, fucking in a cold sweat, just panting just from being in the presence of this Haki release, Emu keeling over, screaming, terrorized in fear, all of that. Maybe you read all of this initially and you were just like, that ain't shit, not a big deal. Maybe you read that initially in 1122. I personally doubt that, but, maybe some people did. I personally doubt it. From my recollection, I think when this happened, I think everyone just shit their pants and was like, this was insane. That's Joy Boy level Haki. I released a video right after this chapter saying Joy Boy is the strongest character in One Piece history, and pretty much unanimously, there was no controversy. Unanimously, everyone in the comments was like, yeah, fuck yeah, obviously that Haki release was something else, right? Only when it started getting compared to Shanks did people start backpedaling and being like, nah. It actually, if you read it carefully, is this even that big of a deal? Because something, it just sent him home. Like, that's why I don't take those arguments that seriously, because it's just like, look, like, you can't just change your mind once it starts to favor a character that you didn't realize it would favor, right? Like, you just got to call a spade a spade. You got to call it like it was, right? When this came out, everyone was like, holy shit, Joy Boy has the best feat in the story, and it's from like 800 years ago, right? That was the general consensus. I would love to go back and read some of your YouTube comments from the stream that this chapter first came out and see what people were saying. Because, again, this was before any Shanks comparisons came out, so everyone could just view it freely and objectively and without any purview, without any tint of agenda, right? And it could just be like, yeah, Joy Boy, number one, makes sense. Then it's like, well, what about Shanks? Could Shanks do something like this? Maybe. Then it's like, oh, no. Was that even a big deal? I never said it's a big deal. I don't think this is a big deal. I don't know. That's why I just don't take those arguments that seriously. Continuing on. Stefan Green, thanks for the 10. Your bias for Shanks is not allowing you to accept the truth, Morj. It narratively makes no sense for there to be a swordsman in the story that's stronger than Mihawk, and that would be messy writing. I don't think Shanks is a stronger swordsman than Mihawk. I think that would be messy writing as well. I do not think Shanks is a stronger swordsman than Mihawk. I believe that Oda is telling us straight up, Mihawk, better with a sword than Shanks. This thing being shown right here has nothing to do with swordsmanship. This has nothing to do with swordsmanship. This is irrelevant to swordsmanship. This has nothing to do with it, right? Zoro's not looking at Joy Boy's haki not being released and being like, oh, I have to one day fucking surpass Joy Boy. That's irrelevant to Zoro, right? Zoro's not looking at this and being like, I need to one day surpass this. He cares about beating, like, Mihawk or Venus Juro in a sword duel. He doesn't care about, like, this. This is not relevant to him. Mihawk, like, Luffy's probably going to be able to do shit like this down the line. That Zoro's not going to be like, I need to surpass Luffy now. Zoro just cares about beating, can he win a sword fight? Who wins in a sword duel? That's what Zoro cares about. He wants to be the world's strongest swordsman. This is not that. This is different. All right. We're still on Shanks versus Mihawk because it's just the most contentiously debated topic. It's the most contentious single power scaling topic in the One Piece community. Tomahawk PWPT, thanks for the 5. So what do we say about Aramaki and Wano per the Joy Boy Conqueror's Wave feat? Per the Joy Boy Conqueror's Wave feat. I don't really know what the comparison was exactly. Some people argue that's what Shanks did there is the second most impressive display of Conqueror's Haki based on the distance. It's hard to argue because the distance is hard to argue. I actually think Warcury's got the second best straight-up display of Conqueror's Haki, but people hard disagreed with me when that chapter came out. But I think Warcury did was the second largest range in the story. I don't think Shanks has shown anything similar to this in the story. Not at all. I'm just going with the Giant. When this came out, I didn't think that Shanks was close. Then the Giants came out and said this, and then it's like, okay, well now that's the author telling us that, oh, there's a comparison to be made. So we haven't seen Shanks' top Haki output based on the implication of this this line. I think people are trying to assume biases for me when I'm really just forming my opinion as the story goes, right? I'm really just forming my opinion as the story goes. When this happened, I was not like, oh, Shanks can do this. Not at all. I did not say that. You can go back and read all the things I said chapter-wise or whatever. I was just like, this is by far the best Haki feat ever, etc. Then next chapter, the author comes out and implies that Shanks is supposed to be in that ballpark. And so now I'm like, okay, this changes my view of Shanks. If Oda's saying that Shanks could hypothetically do something close to this, then that moves up Shanks in terms of how strong I underestimated him. Stefan Green, thanks for the 2. So you think Shanks can beat Mihawk without a sword? I think it's very possible, considering Joy Boy beat all 5 Gorosei without a sword or a punch or anything like that. If all we're being told is that, like I don't know why you're doing all these hypotheticals. I'm just telling you right now, obviously it's a hypothetical, could Shanks beat Mihawk without a sword, right? But you're acting as though what I'm saying is crazy when it's just what we've been shown in the story. I didn't think you could beat a top tier with just Conqueror's Haki release, period. Turns out the strongest single attack we've seen in the story is purely a Conqueror's Haki attack. It is then revealed that Shanks could potentially do something similar. That is all I'm saying. What more do you want from me? What more do you want from me? If you want to fucking hypothetical out a fight, maybe Shanks and Mihawk duel, and it's a very close duel, but Mihawk gets the better of Shanks. Maybe Shanks can beat him with an attack like this or something like that. Like, it depends on what they're choosing to fight with, right? If it's a pure swordsmanship duel, Mihawk should win. If Shanks is just using, his strongest Haki output or something, we don't know exactly what happens, but if it's anything close to this, then yeah, I think that's more impressive than anything Mihawk has been implied to be able to do so far in the story. I don't know why people are so confused. Okay, argue with Joy Boy. Argue with Joy Boy, don't argue with me, all right? Is this the strongest feat in the series, right? Is this the best feat in the story? I think yes. I think pretty much everyone unanimously thought it was yes, right? Is it then implied that Shanks could do something similar? Yes. Does this require a sword? No. That's the only 3 points that are needed for this argument. Why are you guys twisting and turning? It's like, so then are you saying this or this? No. I'm saying these 3 things. This is all I'm saying. Best feat in the story? Yes. Generally unanimous consensus when it first happened. Best feat in the story. Second, is it implied that Shanks could do something similar? Yes. Third, does it require a sword? No. That's it. I'm closing the debate at this. All right? Obviously, I will answer supers, but guess what? Every super that you give me after this, I'm just going to respond with those 3 points. That's it. All right. Tom, thanks for the 2. You're wrong. Robin has the best feat in the series. That's arguable considering that she has the Devil Fruit she has. David, thanks for the 5. I just don't see how it translates into a fighting style against a non-Devil Fruit user. Like, what effect would it have on Garp, Mihawk, or Rayleigh? I mean, we would need to see it directed at somebody, because this is just a general release that extends way past the island, right? The Gores are just caught in a general broad release, right? And at the very least, it takes 4 characters who are basically unfazed physically by any single attack so far, and, you know, has them kneeling over, huffing, panting, etc., right? So it has, at the very least, it's more effective than anything Luffy did using Advanced Conqueror's Haki Punches, right? And this was just a broad release, not directed at them whatsoever. So, you know, extrapolate off of that. Tav Myers, thank you for the 20. Holy shit. Is it possible that the Sea Devils, is it possible Haki is the Sea Devils anathema? I don't know how to pronounce that word. Personal Haki overrides Devil Fruit effects, and we saw Shanks blast Green Bull out of his zone. Green Bull doesn't have a zone as far as we can tell. I think it's a nature Devil Fruit, right? Nature Logia, Plant Logia. Similarly, Joy Boy does even more to the Gorosei. But can it defeat the Strong-Willed? It's hard to say. It's hard to say. We don't know yet. We do see that it does shake them more than any of Luffy's physical attacks, so that's something to consider. Storm Fox, thanks for the 5. Mihawk doesn't go around and testing his title. Like, do people think he climbed the red line to challenge Garling when he got a power-up? Yeah, so I mean, that's another thing. That's why Garling versus Mihawk is debatable, because Mihawk had his title before Garling got his power-up. But I'm going to put Garling below Mihawk, because I think I've already pissed off Mihawk fans too much. In reality, I think Garling could be all the way up here at his max potential. At the very least, I think he's here right now. Justin Holland, thanks for the 10. What will Emu and the Elders' next move be? I think Justin, I think you're no, never mind. Oh no, yeah, you are scheduled for. You're one of our next callers. You're not, I should schedule this too. You're the 10:10 p.m. EST call. I'll keep this up for the moment in case Jordan wants to show up. But in the meantime, yeah, Justin, I'm going to schedule my alarm for 10:10 to get you on stream. Hold on. All right. Continuing on. What will Emu and the Elders' next move be? Because if Emu's anger is any indication, they'll start making more direct moves against the new Joy Boy, their legacy and allies. 2, I agree with you, Joy Boy number 1. All right. So, Justin, you might be slightly disappointed with this answer, but please wait for tomorrow's video, because tomorrow's video is literally about that topic, and it goes through it very in-depth. Tomorrow's video is about that topic. I think it's a really good video, and I think it explains a lot about the plot of Elbaf, in my opinion. Tomahawk PWPT, thanks for the 5. Is Aramaki a fraud for backing down like he did, since Shanks essentially did the same thing Joy Boy did here? My bad. I think that Aramaki is a fraud just because it's just like, he shat his pants the moment he felt the Haki. The Haki was so far away. Like, it just feels fraud-ish. I also feel like the Nature Fruit just is, even though the Gorosei were thrown by this, they didn't react the way that Aramaki did. Because, like, you know, and this Haki was much more up close, much more personal. It was Joy Boy's Haki, which we can assume is stronger than Shanks's, you know. Like, they're shook and they're effective, but they're not, like... To be fair, Emu's the one peeing his pants. Actually, Emu's reaction is way worse than Aramaki's. But at the very least, Emu likely has past PTSD with Joy Boy. Whereas Aramaki just felt like Aramaki did not even like. This was the crazy thing. Because people tried to argue that like what happened with Green Bull here wasn't that bad, because it's like, well, he can't beat the whole red-haired pirates, but that's not what happened. He did not react that way because he thought he had to fight the whole red-haired pirates. All that happened was he felt this crazy Haki, and he was like, holy shit, snot coming out of his nose. Who's doing that? He did not know it's Shanks and the whole red-haired pirates. He peed his pants the moment it happened, right? Then he slowly realized it's the red-haired pirates. That's why it's... And it's just embarrassing. It's just embarrassing. Anyway, so he's going to be at the very top of my top tier. All right, let's get through this more. Okay, Warkery. Strongest, biggest tank in the series. Infinite regeneration. Cannot be damaged even by Luffy's Gear 5 attacks. So, greater durability than Kaido. Honestly, hard to say who can even damage him. Likely requires top tier. Kakusaki also has huge. Okay. Biggest tank of the series, Infinite Regeneration. Cannot be damaged or pushed even by Luffy's Gear 5 attacks, so greater durability than. I'll just say so. Yeah. Kaido, honestly, damage him. Likely requires top tier Kakusaki. Also. Hard to say who can damage him. Yeah. Just keep it one line. Okay. All right, that's Warkery's argument. With Akainu, I'm rating him based on largely rating him on assumption that he will be significant Luffy opponent and game needs it. Largely based on assumption that people will Luffy's game. Maybe bad assumption. I'm gonna acknowledge that for Akainu. Akainu, basically, I'm assuming that he's gotten a boost. Also, let's get the Streamlabs up to 300 real quick. I'm assuming he's gotten a boost. If he hasn't gotten a boost, then I'm just like, I don't know. Bunfagum, thanks for the 2. The Gorsei and Green Bull were caught off guard, and Shanks used his sword for his hockey. And Shanks used his sword for his hockey release. There's no reason to think Mihawk wouldn't be able to do the same thing. I don't have arguments against this at this point because like I'm tired of him, and I don't want the whole stream to be about this. If you want to look, all I'm gonna say, I'm gonna repeat the 3 points, and I appreciate you, Bunfagum, but all I can do right now is repeat the 3 points. When this came out, right? I don't think anybody was arguing that Gorsei were caught off guard or whatever. I don't think people were making those claims. I think people were just like, this is the largest, most impressive hockey feat, most impressive feat in the story, right? I think that's what people said right off the bat. 2, it is implied by the author he's having characters compare that to what Shanks can do. So, sure, Shanks has pulled out his sword for hockey releases, etc. I'm not debating that. I'm just saying that it's implied. Shanks has never done anything like this so far, but it's implied that he can do something that's similar, right? That's 1. That's 2. 3. If he did something like this without a sword, it would obviously be above Mihawk. You can say that, well, Shanks can't do it without a sword. That's kind of, we don't fucking know, right? All we know is that this hockey output is higher than anything else in the story, and it can be done without a sword. That's all we know. If you want to say that Mihawk can do it just because we think that Shanks can do it, I think that that's kind of baseless. Like, I don't know what to say. Like, you think that the best feat in the entire story done by Joy Boy, the strongest hockey feat in the entire story done by Joy Boy, Mihawk can also just do this. You think Mihawk can also just, like, overpower all 4 Gorosei at the same time and knock out 100,000 Marines, all, like, a shit ton of Vice Admirals all at the same time? I don't think that's where Mihawk is supposed to be narratively. I just don't think that's the case. I imagine it's really high up there, but I wasn't reading this and thinking, oh, Mihawk could do this. I didn't even think, like, Shanks could. I didn't think anyone could do this. The fact that Shanks is then being put in the conversation, that's insane, right? So that's kind of putting him at a level above what I expected of a lot of characters. That's why I have him above Mihawk now. I think if you want to cling on to the logic that anything that Shanks can do, I feel like a lot of Mihawk fans' logic is basically like, anything Shanks can do, Mihawk should be able to do it. But when you're extending that to things that don't even have anything to do with a sword, that's when it just gets kind of weird. It's just like, it's not based in any sort of logic at that point anymore. Because, like, what we know is that Mihawk and Shanks, the comparison has always been sword-based. You can't just say anything Shanks can do, there's no reason Mihawk shouldn't be able to do it. Maybe there's no reason Mihawk shouldn't be able to do it, but, like, you need some level of reasoning and implication to the story that Mihawk can do it, right? That's like saying, like, prove to me Mihawk can't do it. I can't. I don't think that I can't magically prove that Mihawk can't do it. But all I'm saying is that this is a fucking insane feat that we all thought is basically unprecedented, and then Oda is putting forward evidence that another character can do it. You need to create evidence. You need to pull forward evidence that Mihawk can do something like this on this level, right? Because this does not require a sword. It's unrelated to using a sword. So you can no longer use Shanks as proof that Mihawk can do it, right? It's not swordsmanship based. Declan Murphy, thanks for the 2. Sabo has the best color of armament feat in Dressrosa. That's arguably true. But here's the thing. Color of armaments doesn't mean jack shit. So congratulations to Sabo for being the best at the second-rate use of hockey. Dylon, thanks for the 10. So Shanks can beat Mihawk with no arm or legs. What kind of quality of life is that? Should he even bother? No arm and legs is basically how Mihawk lives now. He doesn't do anything. 30 minutes, please. I'm just going to say it again, right? You can throw all the little, like, exasperated things you want. I know that you're baiting and stuff like that, but this is just for all the Mihawk fans. You can throw all the exasperated things you want. All I can say is best feat in the story, right? Best feat in the story. Suggested that Shanks can do something similar. Does not require a sword. That's all that needs to be stated. That's a 3-point argument. You can throw all of the exasperated things you want at it, but unless it can counter one of those premises, it's not really relevant, is it? The Water God, thanks for the support. Yo, Morj, since Emu seems to be able to grant contracts or hold control over someone, do you think Jorba's crew accepted a contract with Emu maybe to save him and were all cursed, like Zunisha? Oh, shit. That's an interesting idea. I don't think that's the case. I don't think that's the case. I think they were on opposite sides. I don't think they teamed up with Emu, or like they accepted things from Emu. But them being cursed in a way could make sense. Like Zunisha seems like it could have been cursed. Jolly D Joestar, thanks for the 2. Jorboy's feet upscales Polly, to be honest. Ace, but come back, thanks for the 5. What do you think of the rumor that Hunter x Hunter Whale Arc is wrapping up in 30 chapters so they can announce a new anime while allowing Togashi to work on Dark Continent? Where's that rumor? That's a fucking insane rumor. That is an insane rumor. If that's the case, I don't know how they could possibly wrap this arc up in 30 chapters. This seems like a stupidly long arc. I don't even know how they could do that. I hope the arc is not rushed. I hope the arc's not rushed. Where have you seen that rumor? That's interesting, though. Because I really like the current arc. Okay. Alright. Moving on. Gear 5th is crazy strong, but time limit is significant. However, peak Luffy in Gear 5 can low diff Kizaru / Saturn at the same time. Should I add in that when Sirius defeated Kaido in one punch? Because reminder, he wasn't serious before that. But I think people get upset. Okay, Venus Juro. Seemed like second strongest of original Gorosei. Maybe second fastest character after Kizaru. Advanced conquers Haki's swordsmanship, infinite regeneration, ice, etc. Right? Mars had unreal Haki, described by Jinbei. Seemed like third strongest original Gorosei. Unreal Haki described by Jinbei. To combined attack from Gear 5 Luffy, Ifrit, Sanji, Bonnie, Frankie to remove from battlefield compared to Jinbei / Robin removing Big Bob from battlefield. I'll cut the lol. I felt like I gotta I felt like I gotta just include that real quick. Just a little reminder. Bunfagum, thanks for the 5. Morjipu, if Luffy didn't get a food buff, Kizaru would have killed him. That just puts him above Luffy verbatim. Venus got blitzed by Sanji. No, because there's a difference between. Let me show you. I did a full video on it. I literally did a full video explaining that Luffy was holding back in Gear 5th, which was a scene right here, right? So, simple proof. Very, very ABC, black and white. Luffy was holding back against Kizaru. It is objectively, factually confirmed by the story. Because, why is it because? Because, fuck, is it here? Where does it happen? Here we go. So, round 1, Luffy versus Kizaru. There's a difference between haha hee hee I'm having fun Luffy and I'm angry Luffy, right? There just is, especially in Gear 5th. Because when Luffy's in haha hee hee mode in Gear 5th, he just wants to have fun. He trolls around, he does silly stuff, more so than usual in his fights, right? So, what happens? He grabs Kizaru. Now, the fight could just end here. Why? Because Luffy could just squeeze. He has Kizaru in his hand. He could just squeeze. He could throw him in the ocean. He could hit him in the head. He could do anything he wants right now to Kizaru. Literally anything. Right now, there's not a single thing that Kizaru can do. Well, that's not true, because there's one thing Kizaru can do, but it's ineffective, which is trying to shoot Luffy with eye lasers, right? He can try and shoot Luffy with eye lasers, as we see, but outside of that, his hands are tied. Haha, right? His hands are tied. As we can see, right? Exhibit A, haha hee hee, fun, have a good time Luffy, right? Has Kizaru. What does he do? He grabs him, throws him around, swings him around, throws him away. And for Luffy, it's just fun. Ha ha ha, look at him fly. He's just having fun. He's having a good time, right? Luffy's not trying here, right? The moment Luffy actually is angry, do you think this is the same Luffy as who fought before? Because we see right here what Luffy could have actually done to Kizaru if he wanted to. When Luffy grabbed Kizaru, he could have just squeezed him. Right? He could have just squeezed him. This time, when Luffy grabs Kizaru, it actually hurts. This time, Luffy actually squeezes Kizaru in his hand, right? He did not do that the first time around. First time around, he just held him. He's like, this is funny. Swings him around, throws him away. He's toying with Kizaru. When Luffy's actually angry, you guys aren't going anywhere. This time, he can actually have hurt Kizaru if he felt like it, right? And the moment he actually feels like hurting Kizaru does the only thing that he can do in this situation, because again, when you're held by a character who has Haki, he can't turn into Logia, he can't do any other attacks, he's held still by Luffy, he's being squeezed. Kizaru does his eye laser, Luffy dodges, he has future sight, he's fine. Pizza diff, done. Pizza diff, slams Kizaru, turns him into a pizza, throws him where? Into the ocean. throws Kizaru into the ocean. There's a boat there that saves Kizaru, and Luffy doesn't follow up because he's finding it funny and laughing. But reality is, Kizaru got saved by a boat right there. Like, Luffy could have ended the fight right off the bat if he so chose the first time around. We already saw this because that's what Luffy does the second time. So it's just the difference is that Luffy wasn't really trying, right? So Luffy can beat Kizaru in the time limit without too much trouble. Like, it's not hard for him. He can catch Kizaru when Kizaru's at light speed. Like, Kizaru can't go faster than this. It's light speed. Luffy has future sight. Can catch Kizaru, can squeeze him, treat him like a toy, turn him into a pizza, chuck him into the ocean. It's a low diff for Luffy. All right. JWP, thanks for 5. In Luffy versus Kaido, when Luffy went old, he just restarted the rhythm, but against Kizaru, he needed food. Why Oda? I think it's just writing shit. I think it's just writing shit. At the same time, Luffy could have ended against Kizaru a lot faster if he just felt like it, because that's just what's established here in the second fight. So it doesn't really matter at the end of the day. Monkey D. Jordan, thanks for the 10. Morj, my bad for flaking at 9:10. I was coaching a game and it had a late start, and of course it went in overtime. Didn't mean to stand you up or take the slot from someone else. Posters are fire, man. Hey, you can still join. You can still join. You want to join now? You want to join now? I'll have it open on the side. Here. I'll have it open on the... I have it open right now. I think this is it. So if you want to join, feel free to join. It's up to you, man. The next slot is not till 10:10 EST. So we got some time. Bunfagum, thanks for the 5. Then you just assumed their nerfs cancel out. Nerf Kizaru greater than nerf Luffy, therefore FP Kizaru greater than FP Luffy by Occam's Razor. No, because you're assuming that Kizaru is much more nerfed than Luffy holding back, right? Like, keep in mind, like, so when Luffy's actually trying at all, it's not even a, what do you call? It's not even a fight, right? So you could say both, right? You could say nerf Kizaru versus nerf Luffy, right? That was their first fight around, right? But you're making a big assumption on how much Kizaru is nerfed, right? Versus, I'm just looking at this, and Luffy pizza diffs him at the same time as another top tier character, at the same time as a Gorosei. The gap is too big. You would essentially have to argue that Kizaru, right, is... I don't even know how to, like, what would be the argument? The argument would be that Kizaru is awakening. Is that what he has left up his sleeve? But we don't even know if he has awakening. That's not established at all. So what is the nerf here exactly? Because the difference is that Luffy's power is imagination, right? It's not quite the same thing. Because Luffy's power is essentially, he can be, like, trolly with it, right? Like, literally, he can just fight with gags, jokes, etc. Or if he actually wants to hurt you and, like, actually go hard, then it becomes absolutely broken because he can just do whatever the fuck he imagines to some degree, right? So there's a much bigger difference between, like, Kizaru, between, like, Luffy trolling, I guess, the first time around, even though, like, the fight's over immediately the moment he grabs Kizaru. Like, the fight's over, and then it only extends because Luffy's having fun, right? So the only reason there's a fight is because Luffy's having fun. He still wins this fight. You could say Luffy runs out of stamina or whatever, but, like, at the same time, the only reason there is a... I get where you're getting at, that, like, this is a nerfed Kizaru versus nerfed Luffy, but the difference is that the fight's over here, right? There's nothing else that Kizaru can do, and you would have to make huge assumptions about, like, what a not nerfed Kizaru would be like, the degree of how nerfed he is, etc., to actually argue that he stands a chance against Luffy. At the end of the day, author's intent matters, so I don't think that Oda would have Luffy pizza diffing Kizaru and Saturn at the same time if in Oda's mind he was like, yeah, but secretly I want the readers to know that Kizaru is way stronger than Luffy. Like, it just, why is the author writing certain things? Why does the fight go in certain ways, right? All right, Jordan's joining. All right, everybody. We got a guest coming in. All right. Can you hear me, man?
Yeah, what's up, Morj?
Hey, doing good. I was just doing the top 30 stream. How you doing? You coaching a
Good, man.
What are you coaching?
Soccer. I'm a high school coach.
Oh, shit. Did you guys win?
Nah, we fucking lost, bro. My bad for cursing.
You're good, man. I've been cursing on the stream. Just no slurs, and I think we'll be okay.
Nah, no worries. I'm mad respectful. Bro, I actually think it's so crazy how I'm on this call with you.
Yeah, everybody, big shouts in the chat for Jordan for coming on. Appreciate the support, man. Yeah. You got any socials or anything you want me to link or shout out before we get into the main part of it?
Nah, not really. If anyone wants to follow me on IG, I just got back on after like 4 years. It's just Jordan Adony. I don't really post on there, but yeah, no, man. I just wanted to ask you a couple of questions because like I've been watching you since like 20, I want to say 2017, 2018. Like just one of my favorite YouTubers.
So, can I ask
But
real quick, Jordan Perez, are you because the name's familiar, are you like a patron or something like that, like regularly? Because I feel like I've seen your name before.
nah, man, the only people I've ever super chatted honestly are you and Randy Troy
Oh,
because
okay.
you guys are, yeah.
All right, so I have
But
seen your name
and
before. It is familiar.
yeah, probably at some point. What else?
Yeah, man. What did you want
So
to talk about?
I have one question, like as you as like a person, right? Because like obviously we could sit here and talk about One Piece all day, but if you were to make like an all-star NBA lineup, right? Like
Oh shit.
five players, right? Five starting lineup. Who are your top five, excluding yourself, right? Who are your top five YouTubers that like either you listen to or you appreciate like their content or just their knowledge of it or just anything?
You're saying not literally for a basketball game. You're saying like,
No, no, no,
okay,
no,
okay, okay.
no.
I
Like
get
if
what you're
you,
saying.
yeah, yeah,
No, that's a great question. No, I should really appreciate that question because, like, I talk about One Piece so much. It's sometimes fun to step out and talk about, like, the outside picture.
right.
So, shit, that's a great question. So you're saying
I'm
top five?
basically,
Do you need a
I'm
most
essentially asking.
knowledgeable or like most like what do you want?
I'm essentially asking you like who aside from you are like your favorite five One Piece
Hmm.
YouTubers. And I know it could get personal because I know you're friends with a lot of them, but like I'm sure no one's gonna take it personal.
No one's gonna see this. They'll be okay. All right, let me do a quick thing. Okay, Tekking would be number one. Tekking's number one, and
Okay.
he'd be number one just because he's the YouTuber that when I was like starting to get going in this whole sphere, he was the YouTuber that I watched the most because like he was just fun, entertaining. He was like perfect for eating lunch, if that makes sense. Like if I'm eating
Yeah.
lunch, I got Tekking on. He just talks about any random subject. And dude, the guy is fucking encyclopedia for One Piece because
Yeah.
I once did a trivia competition against him on stream and I got like one question over him and it was like a debated one and he got the whole rest of the Jeopardy. Like he swept me. So he knows his stuff. He's extremely entertaining and just like really 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 fun to watch. Like sometimes just like the energy and the energy is just what keeps you entertained. Because sometimes it's something that nobody cares about topic wise, but I'll watch it
Yeah.
anyway because it's just a fun time. I haven't watched any One Piece YouTubers in a long time though, so let me just frame that. Okay, so I haven't been watching people in a long time ever since this really became what I do most of my life because it's not as fun for me to go watch other One Piece YouTubers when I'm already so like having to talk about this and do this all the time. Does that make sense? Like I'm not sitting down being like, what do I want to watch on YouTube now? Another One Piece video. Like I'm already working on that so much. So Tekking was what I
Gotcha.
used to watch. Now I don't watch him as much anymore. But it's not personal. It's just I don't watch One Piece YouTubers in general. Beyond Tekking, I'd have Brago. Just because Brago was also like another fun to watch for me for like a long time. And part of it is because I got to know him more like collab wise, and he was the first person to really welcome me into the community. And he's got the most fun group streams, general community environment. I've met a lot of other One Piece YouTubers through Brago, so that is more personal, I guess.
I actually thought you were on YouTube before Brago, but I guess it makes sense like that he start put you on kind of.
He actually had so he's got a channel called Brago the Ace, which is his older channel. Then his newer channel is BDA Law when he started trying to go hard on One Piece. But Brago the Ace was his original channel, and that was what he kind
Interesting.
of got rolling with. Then he had me on for a stream or something, introduced me to people. He got me on the first Reverie by
Oh
kind of like
shit.
vetting me through like a stream collab first, and he was like, "All right, this guy's okay. We can invite him to the Reverie." So I didn't even know I was being vetted, but then I found out later. Um,
That's hilarious.
I'd have King of Lightning because he's got the best One Piece reactions, in my opinion. Like, I don't think
Okay.
it's close. He's just that's no offense to everybody else, but like he
Right.
knows how to do. He knows how to take a single chapter and turn it into 2 hours of just page by page, like finding something fun to hype up. And
Okay.
if I got two more, I think Hidden Island is my favorite theorist lately, but to be fair, I don't watch One Piece videos again, like I've been saying. So it's just because I've like some of the stuff that he showed me or I've come across, I've really really liked. And then the last spot, I could go Ohara for like old school, like our podcasting days. So I might go Ohara for our old school podcasting days. I think JD Legend is really fun for reactions and agenda as well. I'll go Ohara for old school podcasting days, and I really like this style of video back in the day. Like, we used to make similar style of videos. I've not watched as much of his new stuff. Obviously, I watched his big video that, like the best One Piece theory or whatever. But again, I've stopped watching.
Wasn't it like 8 hours long or something like that?
No, it's not. It's long, but it's not like 8 hours. Maybe he's put a crazy one out. Oh, you're thinking Arthur. You're thinking Arthur, Library of Ohara.
Yeah.
I'm
That's the
thinking
one. Yeah.
Ohara, different One Piece YouTuber. But they do have similar names, so their brands do cross over a bit. But yeah, I think that'd be my
Yeah. No, I've
five.
watched them both. Yeah, that's crazy. We have 3 out of the top 5. Actually, you said your 6th man would be Jay, right?
Yeah, Jay would be my 6th man.
Okay, that's a really good list, honestly.
I think I'd have
Very
Jay in just because I haven't watched other people as much now. So I would probably swap somebody in for Jay for somebody in now. But that's just what I'm thinking, like lifetime, who I've really like valued. But yeah, what's your list?
Cool. Well, I really like all like the really analytical part of it, because when I started watching YouTube, it was Tekking and you realistically, and Ohara as well, Library of Ohara. So, but nowadays it's like you, Tekking is always going to be in there. I really like Randy. I like Daxake, and probably Jay.
Oh, shit,
and then Brago's like 6 for me.
Fuck, I should have thrown in Randy. There's too many. I should have thrown Randy in there somewhere.
Oh yeah, it's not even fair. Like, there's so many to pick from that it's like, I know I'm forgetting someone too. Like,
Randy, I always enjoyed talking to. Like, I've always had really good streams with him. So usually we're able to just like take any random topic and theorize about it for a long period of time. Randy's maybe my first favorite person to do like a stream collab with actually nowadays. But it's just been a while. So there's so many people now, dude, that it's hard to keep track of everybody. So, yeah.
No, I agree. Joy Girl's in there for me too, as well as Grand Line Review. Like, I was forgetting so many people.
Yeah, it's just too many at this point. I didn't want to insult anybody. Content. I hope nobody watches this. I hope nobody feels like snubbed or whatever.
That's kind of like why I tried phrasing it that way, because I didn't like. I'm sure you picked like people that, any of those people could be in that list. I was just really curious as to like whose content you appreciate the most. But yeah, I just like the high IQ One Piece like minds,
Thanks, man. I really appreciate that. Definitely appreciate that. Yeah, I hope that you still get something out of all my videos. And I got the Wano analysis coming, I swear. So hopefully that opens up some more stuff.
No rush, man. No rush. It's I'd rather it be delayed and it just be as fire. Honestly, my favorite ones are the whole cake. The whole cake one is just amazing. Like, I show everyone that's not even into One Piece that video just to try to get them started into it, because like the first 2 minutes of it is just like they're just like, what the fuck? Like, what is this show? And I'm like, exactly my point. Like, look at this guy breaking it down. Like,
dude, that's awesome to hear, because that is the one that really put me on the map, and people still tell me to this day that Whole Cake, like, that was like a really meaningful analysis for them at the time. So that's a good one to hear, because that's before I was like successful, I guess, or like able to do this on YouTube regularly. So that's one that I was just doing as a passion project, like just a lot of time on the side in between other things or whatever. And I was like, nobody's even going to see this. So it's cool to hear that it still holds up, and people like showing that to other people to help them appreciate One Piece more. So that's really good to hear, man.
Yeah, man. And then I think I'm past like just right on 10 minutes. Yeah. But
I appreciate you coming through though, man.
Yeah, man. And I'll log off right after this. I just have one more question.
Yeah, shoot.
What's like a theory that like you believe in that you want to come true? Like, no agendas or anything. Like, fuck what people think. Like, what's something that you genuinely believe is headcanon, and a theory that's like kind of a stretch that you think will happen by the end of the story?
Shit. Theory that's genuinely headcanon, and then I do think
like
Vivi
you already
getting the
think of it.
I do think VV getting the paw fruit, that's a big one that's around the corner. But aside from that, it's like fucking hard. Okay, like a random theory that's baseless. I personally think that we will get, like, when the Emu final showdown is happening, I think we will get some sort of lineup that includes like Dragon, Zoro, maybe a Kid or Law or something, like several major characters, like
Kid?
a handful of them. Kid, if he still ends up being significant. Several major characters, kind of like what happened against Enel, with everybody lined up. I think everybody will get a bit of a shot against Emu and fail, and then Luffy will come in and save the day.
Ooh.
So I kind of imagine that being how the final battle plays out. So it hypes up Emu by having him, like, it gives everybody
Against,
some
like,
time to
Law,
shine,
Luffy.
hypes up everybody else,
Yeah.
or hypes up Emu by having him wipe them, and then Luffy comes through. So that's my thought.
Yeah, I like that a lot. It kind of reminds me of like the Kaido thing too. And I don't know if you've seen Naruto. You have actually,
Yeah.
but and when they're fighting Obito and it's Guy, Kakashi, who is it? Naruto and B. Yeah, that's what that reminds me of. Now I want to see that too.
Yeah. No, I hope it's some days away, but I'm hoping that's how it wraps up. All right, man. I think time-wise, I probably got to wrap it for the moment, but I really appreciate you coming through. No worries about missing the start time because the stream's just running. And yeah, man, I appreciate the question too. That was a fun question for sure.
Cool, man. I thank you for your time. I really appreciate you letting me get back on the call, man.
Yeah, no worries, man. I appreciate the support. Have a good day, and yeah.
You too, man.
Hope you
I'll be
enjoy
on
the
the stream,
artwork.
so
Thanks.
cool, man. Thanks again.
Peace
out.
Bye. That was a fun question. I enjoyed that question. That was a good question. Because I was just like, nice little breather from just talking One Piece in the moment. All right, let's get back into this. And then I got another call in 10:10. All right. Garp. Let's see. I think too old to beat the stronger Gorosei. Or characters like Shanks, Mihawk in their prime, but still clearly sunned Aokiji and explicitly stated it took entire team effort to defeat him. Aokiji, almost exactly equal to pre-TS Akainu, who himself nearly defeated Marineford Whitebeard. I'll say let's toe to toe with Marineford. And Justin's here. We're gonna give it 5 minutes and let him in. Toe to toe with Marineford Whitebeard. Chapter 1081 establishes that Aokiji isn't there are other examples in the story of Captain not necessarily being stronger. Well, I don't want to get into that too much because then that gets into the nitty-gritty. People will debate things, blah, 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 blah. But that's pretty much all that needs to be established. And Bar Scene portrays Aokiji as above Blackbeard. JWP, thanks for the 5. The callers have been better than expected. This was a cool idea, Morj. Hey, if you enjoy the callers, you can be one of them. just hit the link above, and you can still get a bundle for yourself. The Senate, thanks for the 2. What's going on? What did I miss? Viewer stream? Yeah, this is the stream for everybody who bought the bundles, the artwork bundles for the month. You get to join a live stream for a 10-minute segment. So this is the day that we're having some people on for that. Most people who bought the bundle did not actually sign up for the live stream, so I think it might be intimidating for some people. So big shouts to everybody who joined in. Should have given more shouts to should give more shouts to Jordan, because honestly, he was very, very comfortable with it, and he gave like a fantastic question. So seriously, thanks, man. And if you want to join in the next stream that we're doing this, not next week's stream, but it will be another stream that we're doing this, you can still purchase the bundles up till midnight EST today. The link is above. Justin Hall, I'm going to let you in 3 minutes. All right. Blackbeard might be a lot higher if he's secretly hiding third fruit. Otherwise, he has yet to show top tier hockey. Still seems fruit reliant. Still seems to fumble a lot fighting characters that should be solidly beneath him, like Law. No good, no significant. Yeah, that's all I'll say. Nah, no top. He has no top tier feats. Really, right? Like, he hasn't really fought a top tier. Not shown fighting another top tier yet. History Gremlin, thanks for the 2. Garp took an arrow to the knee. Drop him a bit. Nah, Garp's fine. Garp's fine. Garp's good where he's at. Alright, Kizaru. Standard, strong Admiral. Standard Admiral level. Putting him slightly below Blackbeard. I don't know. Out of respect for Blackbeard. Felt like weakest of OG3, but still really close. Fujitora. Just fewer feats than the OG3 admirals, but still admiral level. Sengoku. Justin Holland, let me finish this out and then I'll be there. Legend like Garp, but past his prime. Lacks Garp's current feats. May have dropped below standard admiral level. Weak for a Gorosei. Fourth. Seemed like fourth strongest of original Gorosei. No real good feats in Egghead, but seems capable of large scale stuff. Giving him this rank out of respect for being a Gorosei. Seems like weakest admiral. Still held off most of the scabbards single-handed. Captured Weevil. Debatably took out King/Queen. Health hard to tell, but the Shanks incident is just too embarrassing. Personal bias. Yeah, I don't know. Okay. All right, we're doing our next call. And then I'm going to catch up on supers real quick. Ramen Stains, let me catch up. I see your super. I'll catch that in a second. Sorry, Ramen Stains. Hey, Justin. You hear me okay? Hey, Justin, maybe try exiting and re-entering. Sometimes audio can be a little tricky with that. Oh, you're in. All right. Justin, I think you're muted at the moment.
How about now?
Hey, good to hear you. Yeah, I can hear you okay. Let me just check what your audio is like over here. So, first of all, I just want to say thanks, man, in person, because you've been anybody who's been in the stream for, any period of time knows that you've been a long time supporter. Obviously, Patreon as well, Voice of the People, all of that stuff. So, seriously, just want to say thanks in person, man. I really appreciate the long time support.
You're welcome.
Let me just ramp up your audio a little bit more. Yeah, how's it going, man? You doing okay?
Yeah, I just got in from work.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, you're here, man. It's nice to finally meet you. What did you want to talk about today?
I think it's the first time I ever done some of this, so I mean, this on the top of my head is, what do you think? I guess one idea how Luffy's puzzle training elbow would go, considering hockey. Hockey's supposed to be spiritual, right?
Yes.
So I wonder if maybe, I know Luffy may not be the most. I mean, I know not to try to just think about a lot of things at times, but let's think. But we know, we, we you talk about Luffy's duality at times, so maybe it'll have to when it comes to trade, it won't just be about physical, it'll be spiritual, as in maybe there's a certain regrets you need to face, particularly with the death of his brother Ace. So maybe he has to borrow him time, but let's face it, you have to that stuff tends to linger, and maybe he may not show it, but maybe this will be finally time for him to truly confront it, accept it.
So,
let me finish. Ever heard? Do you ever watch The Flash from CW?
No, I've not seen that show.
Very Allen, the Flash had to go into Speed Force to get his speed back and enhance it. It involves. It said what is something similar happens, like Luffy has to confront certain personal demons, and by confronting them, he'll learn to let them go, let them be part of him. He will truly understand what it means to be free, and that turn will translate into his abilities, and probably most likely hockey.
So
and draw closer to reaching or surpassing Joy Boy's level.
So I think that's a really interesting topic that you brought up, because the biggest thing that we see the gap with Luffy right now, I definitely agree, is in his hockey, right? Because we were just shown a crazy insane level of hockey at Egghead that Joy Boy had, and the question is how does Luffy get there? What is he missing? And Kaido even talked about it too, that the thing that was missing for Luffy at Wano, he was still able to beat Kaido, but Luffy doesn't have Roger's level of hockey. We can assume Luffy doesn't have Joy Boy's level of hockey. And the most interesting thing is that unlike Armament, which Luffy was able to in Udon, Luffy could go punch some punching bags and stuff like that and train up his Armament hockey and practice Ryo in that way. The difference is that Conqueror's hockey, it feels like that's something that really goes straight to Luffy's actual character, right? The potential for character growth that he has, because this whole story is about him achieving his ambitions, achieving his dreams, becoming the Pirate King, freest man in the world, and that all ties back to Conqueror's hockey. So a lot of what I feel is still missing for Luffy is some major character piece of development that allows him, like, what is it? Like, what would allow him to take that next step in terms of actually growing in terms of his Conqueror's Haki spirit? Like, it needs to be some major character step. And one thing that I've also, like, really, really wondered or, like, hoped that it could be tied to, which ties back to what you're saying is Ace related, is Luffy's confrontation with Blackbeard. Because I personally feel like Luffy and Blackbeard will likely be a Conqueror's Haki based victory for Luffy. I think that is the fight that is going to be most important for Luffy's Conqueror's Haki to be what defeats Blackbeard, because Blackbeard has all these powerful fruits that he's stacking up and everything like that. I think Blackbeard will be the final pirate opponent that Luffy fights, so it's kind of fitting for Pirate King that to be when Luffy reaches that final level of Conqueror's Haki like Roger had. And so I feel like, and Blackbeard's fruits negate Luffy's fruits, right? Luffy's fruit, right? So I think that will be a huge moment for Luffy Conqueror's Haki growth-wise. And the whole Blackbeard and Luffy conflict begins and ends with Ace, right? What Blackbeard did to Ace, that could take Luffy back down some route. Like, Ace couldn't defeat Blackbeard because Blackbeard's fruit defeated Ace's fruit. I think that some potential major character growth is still needed for Luffy to develop his Conqueror's Haki further. I think it'll happen against Blackbeard, and I wonder if, like you're suggesting, some connection back to, like, Luffy having to think over his shortcomings with Ace and everything like that could be a potential trigger for growth for Luffy when that conflict comes around. So what do you think about that?
I mean, I can see that. I'm also thinking, like, maybe about at a bit of lead up, just to be a bit of training in Elbaf, because this is the island Oda have been wanting to draw for so long. So I can imagine there's a lot of stuff he wants to put in there. So, I mean, stuff he always want to do. So there's that.
Yeah, I do think that getting stronger in Elbaf will be significant. I don't know if, like, Laugh Tale will be the final time that he gets a boost in Conqueror's Haki, or if it'll be Elbaf that'll be the arc that really focuses on it.
I mean, Elbaf could be a build-up of sorts, like the stepping stone.
Yeah. Especially because Shanks is going to be hopefully a big part of Elbaf, and, like, Shanks will probably show kind of like a version of what top-tier Conqueror's Haki looks like, so then that could be what Luffy kind of has to reach or surpass in the following arc.
Yeah, I mean, see that. Heck, I can even see that maybe. You know, I keep seeing that maybe he finally opens up about it and to his crew, and he only ends up saying, "What's wrong with me?" And I can see them saying, like, knowing you did everything you could. Because I like to see him open up to them about that in that sort of way. So,
like his crew heal, like helping him heal in a way.
Yeah,
I could definitely see that, because that was like what we left off with at the end of like post Marineford and everything, like Luffy remembering his crew even after he lost Ace. Yeah, man. Like, so we're getting close to the end of the segment, but do you have anything else that you want to shout out or get off thoughts?
No. That's it for now. So, what's up? It's been an honor.
No, dude, thank you very much for the long time support. Seriously. And thanks for coming on here and doing this, because, like, again, like, out of all the people that bought the bundles, like, not everybody was brave enough to come on the stream, and, like, you shared your thoughts and everything. So everybody shouts in the chat for Justin Holland. Shouts in the chat for Justin Holland coming on. And you raised a subject that I do think is going to be a very important part of the story going forward. So I'm happy we got to talk about that a little bit. But yeah, thanks a lot, man. I do have to bring on the next caller in a second, but yeah, thank you very, very much for coming on, and thanks for the long-time support.
Thank you.
All right. Let me just pull up the next Zoom thing real quick. I do like thinking about, by the way, the potential of Luffy's final growth in Conqueror's Haki. Like, what would be the trigger for that? Because that is set to be like a really significant thing in the story. But yeah, shouts in the chat for Justin Holland, because, like, it's just being willing to jump on stream like that in front of everybody. And coming up with interesting things to talk about. I don't know. Give me a lot. Sorry, I'm just seeing if... Oh, Dimitri's here. All right, this is our last one for the night, and then we're finishing out with the top 30. So, Dimitri is coming through, Scoutmaster Dimitri, and this is going to be our last call for this stream at the very least. Also, if you would like to get in on one of these streams, the following stream, not next week's stream, but a following stream, etc., The link is still at the very top of this chat. Feel free to get your own bundle, collect the art pieces, begin your Pirate King collection. I will say, oh yeah, sorry, Dimitri's in.
And like Shanks will probably show kind of like a version.
Hey, Dimitri, I think I'm hearing the stream audio from your computer at the moment right now, man.
Yeah, I did just have it on. Can you hear me all right?
Yep, I can hear you all right.
Awesome. Super exciting. Great. I hope this ended up timing out well. I know time zones are a thing. Wasn't sure if this was like the proper time or not, so hopefully I'm right on time.
No, dude, it worked out perfectly, actually. I think I was able to hit the link right at 10:20 EST. Don't know what time you got over there. Are you in the US or somewhere else?
Yeah, Pacific time, so I'm like 7:20 over here.
Ah, nice.
Time.
Yeah, how's it going, man? Thanks for coming on. Thanks for the support.
It's going great, and if I can just say really quickly, like longtime fan, love listening to the VODs. I usually work around the time that you do streams. And I know that I'm not like a pirate tier member.
That's okay, man.
You know, I'm really, but like, it's so funny. It's actually like this weird human psychology where it's like, oh, if I pay a subscription, like, no, thank you. But it's like, oh, $250 to like get some sweet posters and like chat with Morj, like sign me up, right? It's a really, psychology is so strange, but I love it. It's like I'm all in. I hope a lot of other people signed up too, man. Like,
yeah,
your analysis that you give is like just the best. Like, I'm a huge fan for sure.
Thank you, man. I really appreciate it. I'll also mention this because you are the last caller, at least for tonight, which is just that, part of the whole posters thing is the Pirate King race part of it. Nobody has yet solved the Pirate King race. I think it might be a little bit too complicated, the clues that we gave that are on the back of the posters. But if nobody solves it soon, we'll start giving out some clues, basically, because we want some people to be able to solve it.
Yeah. No, I love that. That's awesome. I'm not the biggest puzzle guy myself, but the idea of like maybe working with people and like trying to figure something out would be really cool.
Yeah. But thanks for coming on, man. So like, what did you want to? Yeah, because just for time, what did you want to?
Yeah, no, absolutely, definitely want to respect your time and be super quick. I will say it was an interesting conversation I just heard on the YouTube stream with Justin Holland talking about like Blackbeard and Conqueror's Honky and like, where is Luffy at? Like, what's his kind of role with that? I wanted to present an idea that I've had in terms of like how that potential conflict might go, see what you might think.
Yeah, for sure. And before we get into that really quick, I should actually say this right before. Did you have anything you wanted to shout out or anything like that I should just throw into the chat or anything? Like Twitter, YouTube channel or anything? Or if not,
that's
we'll
really, that's sweet. I mean, I do have like a relatively modest, like, sub 4,000 subscribers YouTube channel. I mostly, there's a really niche, franchise that I love on the Game Boy Advance called Mega Man Battle Network. Don't know if you ever experienced it. I've done a lot of like tournament play and things like that. But I've been looking to branch out of it, and I just finished the Ace Attorney games. I know you're more of like a Soulsborne player.
Yeah.
Don't know if you ever touched those. But I'm basically looking to pivot into more like analysis of like old games that I enjoyed. Honestly, again, very much inspired by you. Like, diving deep into what a shonen story can be if you really, stop to think about themes and maybe not just focus on power scaling. So, at the moment, nothing really cool as far as analysis goes. If you happen to like Mega Man Battle Network, I do have a YouTube channel, but looking to pivot into more like retro content and maybe like giving more like deeper themes and analysis, because that's the stuff I crave. That's something that's huge to me. So
yeah, whatever's fulfilling for you, man.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. I appreciate you even asking. That's really, really nice of you, man.
Of course.
So again, I have like kind of a picture, a scene in my head of like how the next Luffy Blackbeard scenario might go. And again, feel free to let me know if I'm like absolutely out of my mind. But I agree with you. I feel like it's really telling that Kaido brought up Haki as, that Luffy just isn't quite there yet. We've seen a lot of Gear 5 shenanigans. I know that you have posited that like, maybe Gear 5 is kind of taking away tonally like some aspects of the series. Like, it's really fun and creative. And so I've often thought to myself, okay, maybe Blackbeard really needs to step up and show us that he is, Yonko tier, that he is someone to be feared. So what if Luffy loses the next upcoming scenario with Blackbeard? Maybe like Shanks in terms of getting a scar. I've often thought that maybe an encounter with Blackbeard might make Luffy lose his eye and get that eye patch that I know Oda has kind of hinted about, very, very briefly in the past. And I kind of think that the third fruit that Blackbeard might get might just be the Nika fruit. I kind of think there's a lot of fun potential for like a really twisted, demented version of like full-on imagination. I think Blackbeard acquiring the Nika fruit would be horrifying in a really cool way, seeing almost a more nightmarish form of that going on. And, Luffy as our hero, being stripped of that power that we've known and loved for so long, is just going to force him to really focus on Conqueror's Haki. Because we've seen in the past, right? It's like if someone like Gold Roger was able to conquer the seas just off the power of Haki alone, and if someone like Joy Boy is able to do incredible feats with sealed Haki, I feel like a Luffy losing the Nika fruit, would sound horrible at first, but is maybe like the next huge challenge and the next huge hurdle that he could face as a protagonist. So again, kind of a crazy thought, but that's kind of something I've been thinking about.
Scoutmaster. I don't know if I should call you that.
Yeah,
I'm
Demi's
pulling up
fine
right
too.
now on the side. I'm so happy you mentioned that because genuinely. So I have a document that's like a bunch of video ideas. So two separate topics that I have as theory ideas that I believe both have decent evidence separately is one, Luffy losing an eye, and two is Blackbeard potentially getting the Nika fruit as the final fruit that he could get, because we know that Blackbeard's looking for a Zoan fruit. I've long believed that Luffy will be using Haki primarily to defeat Blackbeard, because the fruit shouldn't even matter that much against the Darkness fruit abilities. And I think the idea of Luffy having to actually beat the fruit that is like earn the Nika fruit back from like a twisted user of the Nika fruit could be really, really interesting. And on top of that, the one thing that's held me back from putting out this theory, like literally I've got a video topic about Blackbeard being like there will be a second Nika basically, but the one thing that's held me back from putting out this theory is that the major pushback that people will give, I know, is just that how can Blackbeard get the fruit? Like, how can he get the fruit without killing Luffy? So it would require a lot of speculation on how the Yami Yami no Mi abilities work that I don't know if I can like sell people on just yet. So that's until I get a good argument for that, I'm not ready to put out that theory video just yet. But I really like that you put that out there, because that's something that I've thought for some time would be really, really cool to see. It's made me think kind of like like Bluto from Popeye.
Oh yeah, for sure.
I kind of imagine Blackbeard with the Nika fruit kind of being like an evil, like kind of like Bluto from Popeye is just like, applying some sort of cartoon shenanigans to that sort of like aesthetic. Like it kind of makes me remember that for some reason. But I don't know. I'm happy you said that, just because that's something I've thought that might be too crazy for me to throw out just yet.
I know it's crazy.
Like,
like,
yeah, but
there's a lot of dominoes.
Like that's like a thing that's not just in my head.
I just feel like that would be such the next like exciting step too. Like what a huge setback it would be for Luffy, and to really have to focus on his Conqueror's Haki instead of relying on Nika powers. And I just think it would catapult Blackbeard into being such a legitimate threat. Because I kind of agree with you. I feel like right now his crew is really lacking in terms of threats and maybe seriousness. The one character I'm really suspicious of, and again, I want to be respectful of time, but I feel like Lafitte just has like probably one of the most underrated feats of all time, sneaking into Marijoa.
Yes.
And just the sheer like lack of knowledge that we have on this character, I think is like really intriguing. But other than like maybe Lafitte, I wasn't really impressed by the showing against Garp. I feel like Garp Garp overperformed, right? So I think that would just do such good for the story in terms of like reminding people, okay, Blackbeard is not just someone who runs away all the time. Like this is someone who is really scheming and really is something to be, a force to be reckoned with. So
I like that Lafitte's been kept to the side as like basically like, because he's actually going to get some shit done. It looks like Van Ogren as well. So like retaining some of that mystique to the Blackbeard Pirates potential.
Yeah, and I feel like, I don't know if this was like an anime filler scene or something, but I feel like Lafitte has had wings in the past. I don't know if that's ever been officially revealed.
I remember that. I just don't know if that was officially confirmed or anything like that at any point.
Classic One Piece anime. Who knows? Like,
it's impossible to say.
Just making stuff up as they go, filling out, kid with Conqueror's Haki or whatever. Like,
well, he's technically supposed to have that, but yeah.
True.
No,
it's always fun.
Scoutmaster, I do really appreciate you coming on. I do got to jump off for time, but like,
all good.
I feel very validated with what you just said, so I actually really appreciate that. And best of luck, man.
Crossed.
In terms of trying to grow your own, what you're working on, because
thank you.
Obviously, I'm gonna think that you have good ideas because you said something that I would like to hear.
I'm not shameless enough, but thank you very much. Really appreciate it. Fingers crossed that Blackbeard can steal powers without killing someone. And yeah, really, again, appreciate the time. Love what you do, Morj. And yeah, catch you guys later.
Thanks a lot, man. Appreciate it. Have a good day.
You too.
Appreciate the support. All right, that was our final caller for the day. Everybody shouts in chat for Scoutmaster. And yeah, I don't know exactly the games that he covers, but I've heard of Ace Attorney. But shouts in the chat for Scoutmaster. I can mod him. I can mod him. I just don't know what his very confident, very articulate. I think that's the type of person that can do very, very well in the YouTube sphere. Shoot, did not get the name. Scoutmaster, if you're in chat, you want to just say, Battle Network lol. All right, there we go. And we can mod you. All right, JWP says Scoutmaster, drop your channel lol in chat. All right, so it is Battle Network. Battle Network lol? I'll just say Battle Network. All right, and then I think I'm behind on a couple supers. All right, we catch the supers I'm behind on. Ramen Stains, sorry, Ramen Stains. You've been such a fucking long time supporter. I'm sorry about that. Ramen Stains, thanks for being a Yonko tier member for 24 months. Mars has Unreal Hockey. Unreal equal not real. Not real equal fake. Fake equal fraudulent. Jinbe was saying Mars Hockey was that of a fraud. I don't think it was used in that context there. I think Unreal, like, Unreal, it seems more like a praise, right? Like otherworldly hockey. What's going on over there? Hold on. I don't know. Hold on one sec. Let me just check one thing. Sorry, guys. And then we're going to continue on with this top 30. Okay. All right, everybody. But shouts to everybody who joined today. Seriously, everybody who joined today, I think every caller was really good, and every caller did well just having the balls to come on stream. Not that you need, metaphorically, but it's open to everybody. Just willing to come on stream. Again, I know majority of the people who bought bundles did not end up signing up for the stream. So seriously, if you want to take it. We will have more streams like this. You can still buy a bundle by hitting the link above if you want to get in on another one of these type of streams and share your thoughts with chat. For everybody who bought a bundle and was maybe too shy to come on the stream or just wasn't interested in the stream itself, there is still the online happy hour, obviously, that's going to happen. And on top of that, the Pirate King code has not yet been solved. So there's a code on the back of all the posters. First person to solve it wins the Great Pirate Race. All right, we're getting into the next batch. We're getting into the next batch. This is a fucking difficult batch, man. This is fucking difficult. I'm just gonna make some hard calls, because we gotta start trimming, right? Dorian Brogy, but I feel like, okay, Kobe's out of here. I don't think Kobe makes it just yet. I'm gonna say Kobe doesn't make it just yet. I think peak potential Kobe could be there. I don't think Kobe's there just yet. Is that too harsh of a call? I don't think so. Shiryu's out of there. I might be overrating Dorian Brogy. I don't know. It's hard to say. Kosh Panda says, what is happy hour? It's just like it's like a literal hour that we're gonna, on a break week, everybody who bought a bundle, we're doing a online happy hour. It's not streamed or anything. It's just a private happy hour for One Piece fans to chat, basically. So it'll be a literal happy hour. I will have drinks and stuff like that. This is fucking difficult. This whole section is gonna be fucking brutal. I'm gonna take Weevil off of there. I don't think Weevil has enough. I don't think Weevil has the feats for it just yet, right? Dorian Brogy. I'm just gonna say no to them, right? I don't think people even like Dorian Brogy. Oh, Kong. I fucking forgot Kong. And we even talked about him recently. Alright. No. We said no Kong. We decided no Kong in the no Seraphim, no God's Knights, no Kong, right? I'm going to get rid of Dorian Brogy. Although I think Dorian Brogy are actually low-key stronger than people think. Yeah, it's a 1-hour private stream. Alright, here are the things I'm doing. I'm going to get a beer. I'm going to go to the bathroom, and then we're doing the second section. Alright? So everybody stay tuned. And there's no more callers for the day. Alright, so give me 2 minutes. Beer, bathroom, beer, bathroom, water. Yeah. Okay, be back in a second. CC says, why no Seraphim? Because once I start ranking some Seraphim, it's like, how do I even scale all the Seraphim? What are the gaps? You know? It's just too much. And no Zanisha. Yeah. No Seraphim. No Zanisha. Okay. I'll be right back. I am coming back, I promise. I am really, really fucking sorry. Really sorry. I forgot to play the Jimmy Neutron. Video. I kind of just let you guys just sit there with nothing to watch. I feel like an asshole. I'm sorry about that. Let me just send one message real quick. One second. All right. JWP, thank you for gifting 5 memberships. Holy shit, man. Thank you so much. Thank you. Oh my god. So many people in chat just getting memberships from JWP, man. Gotta be responsible for, like, the vast majority of memberships. Ricky Servin, Sham Love, Nanny 5.0, Bitey McGar, The Fearhawk. Everybody say thanks to JWP, and shouts in the chat for everybody for JWP. Thank you. Top 30 special occasion. Thanks, man. All right, let's finish this out. All right, let's finish this out. I feel kind of bad for the characters I cut. Here's the thing. All right, so I'm going to start shuffling right here. I think Ben Beckman definitely above Marco. I think King above Katakuri. I think King below Marco. I think we're sorting it. Nobody get upset just yet. All right, we're just sorting. We're sorting. We're going piece by piece. All right. So this is my opinion of. Cannot just drag all of these. What the hell? I guess I gotta do. I should be able to just drag all of these. Right? Whatever. This is what I thought. This is how I feel the original Yonko's crewmates stack up. Okay? First mates. I think that this might be completely incorrect. The only thing I'm certain of is Marco above King, because Marco kicked King's ass. Even if you want to debate that Marco he kicked King's ass while Queen was there, after Marco had already done a whole lot of other shit. Control drag. Can I control drag multiple at the same time? Marco over King is pretty much undebatable. Yeah, Marco over King is pretty much undebatable because it just happens in the manga. Even if you really want to get nitpicky with it, well, at least under the parameters of what I said, being able to knock someone into the sea, etc., Marco at least can ring out King, right? King above Katakuri. I just don't see Katakuri beating Marco or King. I don't think he has anything in his... The problem with Katakuri is that, like, it's just too observation hockey based, and he has very low offense. So, like, ultimately he will lose to these characters over time, right? JWP with a great point. Thanks for the 5-man. Top 33 years ago had Yonko thirds and lower warlords. Now it feels like if you're not Yonko 1 at minimum, you're not making it. Masterclass by Oda, not gonna lie. Yeah, it's actually fucking insane. Like before, like you have to be bare minimum first mate, like Yonko first mate, to be top 30 in the world. Like the level of what we thought we understood about the seas has just changed so much. It is insane. That's a great point, JWP. Okay, now looking in this list, I think Zoro is at least above Marco and King, right? I think I'm not ready to put Zoro above Ben Beckman yet, although I could easily imagine... Okay, let's just be real with Ben Beckman, alright? Really? No good reason to put him here. Gonna be honest, mainly vibes. Just seems like he's a big deal. Plus, Shanks' crew is specifically noted as having exceptional members, even among the Yonko class. Like, let's just be honest with Ben Beckman, right? Like, we don't have feats just yet. Don't have too many canonical statements. We just have vibes. He just, like, it just feels, it's a stupid reason, right? Like, let's acknowledge, like, really no good reason here. Gonna put him here. Yeah. Like, if you want to argue it's a bad placement, that's fine. Fair to criticize. Placement. Let's be honest, right? So when I'm being honest and giving the reason, I feel like you can't get too upset about it because it's just like, I totally get it. Maybe Ben Beckman's not above Marco or King or something. I get it. I'm putting here because of vibes. We know he defeated King or Kid, but that was before Kid got stronger, right? That was like pre Wano Kid, right? I think it was even pre Whole Cake Island Kid. He cut Kid's arm off with a gun. Easy top one, says Wrench Dodger. Ben Beckman should be way higher. I don't think he's necessarily Admiral level. I think putting him like right here is good. Like that's like if Ben Beckman comes in at top 20, that's like 5 spots off from fucking Blackbeard, you know? Like close-ish. Like he's up there with Kizaru, Fujitora, like close. All right. Zoro, Marco, King, Katakuri. All right, now let's get into this shit. I think Yamato is above Marco at this point. Where does Rayleigh fall? Rayleigh's really fucking difficult, man. I don't know. I really don't know. Ben Beckman should be where Aokiji is? I don't know about that. We're gonna shuffle these. Let me feel it out first, and then we'll get into the arguments. All right? Because Rayleigh, I could put Rayleigh here. I could see Rayleigh here. At the moment, I'm putting him here. I could imagine some people arguing Rayleigh should be even lower. I don't know. Rayleigh is really hard to gauge. I'm going to put Law above King. I'm going to put Kid right after Law. I'm going to put Sabo above Katakuri. Lucci and Katakuri we had a long debate about last time, right? Hancock I don't know where to put. I don't think Hancock has advanced conquerors. I don't fucking know with this part, man. I think Crocodile is probably above Lucci now. I don't know why, though. This section is hard. This section is really hard. I put Sanji above Lucci. I don't know what to do with... So, if you guys are curious why I'm not having you guys vote... Akash Panda says, Morj, if Sanji's here, shouldn't Lucky Ruby here too? No, reason being that I personally feel that the Straw Hat Pirates have a slightly different crew setup than most other... Yonko, in that I think that the Straw Hats are a bit more... like they have 2 wings specifically, Zoro and Sanji, whereas the others are like a trio, right? There's 3 commanders, right? I think the Straw Hats, one, I think that Zoro and Sanji are closer to Luffy than other... Like, you can argue that there's still a big gap, I would agree. But I think that they're closer to Luffy than other... Barking at... I don't know if you guys can hear barking. I think they're closer to... So, like, most other Yonko, it's like... captain, and then a trio. Captain, then a trio. Captain, then a trio, right? Zoro and Sanji seem to be more like Roger's type of design, where it was like Roger, and then it was Rayleigh Scopper, right? So it's like a duo that's right there underneath him, right? I think that changes my view a little bit in that I think that Sanji is going to be closer to Zoro than a lot of these other Yonko second command. I just think that the gaps might be a little bit tighter between those two because they are presented more so as wings, personally. So I think Sanji being above Lucky Roo, but I'm not necessarily... To be fair, I could see Zoro above Ben Beckman right now. I don't know. I don't think Ben Beckman's like going up against Kaido 1v1 like Zoro did in Ashura and scarring him, you know? I don't know, whatever the equivalent is with a gun. Although Ben Beckman did cut Kid's arm off. It's hard to say. But you know what I'm saying? Like, peak... Like, Zoro's complicated. Like, let me say this. Peak Zoro, Ashura 1v1 on roof with tryhard Kaido, while Zoro had broken bones. Is way higher on the list. Zoro just Zoro's base level is huff with Lucci though. Hard. Then holds off Venus Juro. Just hard to scale. The moment. You see what I'm saying with Zoro? That's the problem. Peak Zoro is high, like very high. Like when Oda's having Zoro use Ashura, King of Hell, Advanced Conquerors Haki, etc., Zoro's high. It's just yet to be determined where he's supposed to be. Regularly speaking, like how often can he use Advanced Conquerors Haki? Is it still an issue for him? He seemed fine against Venus Juro. Like, I think a lot of what he did against Lucci made me question stuff, but then, you know, you've got a Gorosei Venus Juro. In my opinion, the second strongest of the original Gorosei, and Zoro's holding him off for some period of time by himself, right? Advanced Conquerors Haki held off Kaido 1v1 and for a decent amount of time and made him bleed. Maybe meant to scale similarly to Ace. Once equal with Ace, so presumably somewhat similar growth. Akash Panda, thanks for the 2. I think Marco great in the Yamato versus Kaido, and Marco versus Big Mom. I think that there's a decent argument for Yamato over Kaido, and over Marco, and I don't like I don't like Yamato, and I really like Marco. I think Marco is very underrated by the community. I think there's a decent argument. I personally think that there's definitely a decent argument. I think it's possible I'm overvaluing Advanced Conquerors Haki because Marco just doesn't seem to have that. Marco did stalemate Big Mom for like the moment and make Big Mom leave by himself. I think I put a bit more value into Yamato doing that against Kaido for a more extended period of time. Although the difference is Big Mom, I believe that Big Mom could have beaten Marco down. It's just that she would rather not have to the amount of investment, time investment, and effort investment that it would take for her, that's what it seemed like to me right there, seemed more than she would have liked to have done when there was other things going on. But I might be giving a generous interpretation to Yamato at the moment. I think that whatever it is, it's very close between the two. I think, like, honestly, the only characters I'm putting over Marco at the moment are Advanced Conquerors hockey users. And Ben Beckman is like, I'm fucking assuming, which might be fucking stupid, but I said it's fair to criticize this. I'll just say for Marco, only putting admirals that and advanced fuck. Zaru solo. Held off Kainu. Held off Aokiji. Held blocked attack from Kaido. Dominated king/queen for an extended period of time. 1v2. Yeah, I don't really know what else to say. Other characters regularly mention him / hype him up. Gorosei. Example, Gorosei. Blackbeard was officially named a Yonko after defeating Marco. I think Marco just has like an insane number of things to his why is this now? Hold on. This should all be rap. Why is this not rapping? There we go. Yeah, Marco just has an insane number of things to his name. JP, thanks for the 10. I moved Shiki up on my top 30. Used to not rate him versus Garp and Zagoku highly, but after seeing Garp roll Yonko commanders, him lasting as long as he did is impressive, even if they held back. Shiki's just too fucking complicated, man. I mean, Shiki's too fucking complicated. The fact that Garp and Sengoku together took down Shiki, it's hard to, I don't know. Yeah, it does mean something probably. I think Shiki's probably really high. It's just I'm gonna leave him. I'll leave him off this list too. No Zunisha, no Shiki. We've never seen him. Yeah. Shiki could be really high. JWP, thanks for the 5. Marco versus King and Queen is an insane feat, assuming he actually damaged King. Does Marco have internal destruction? I don't know how tight Oda's going to be with, like, specifically needing certain types of hockey to damage King. Or Lunarians. Zoro was able to do it only with... Actually, we never even saw it specifically, but it was implied Zoro could do it with Advanced Conquerors hockey. Zoro could never do it with internal destruction, like armament hockey. He could never do it with advanced armament hockey, which is insane considering Zoro could do it to Kaido, right? So Lunarians are like another level of durability. Yeah, so Marco, it's hard to say. Yeah, I think I don't know. I don't need to go into the Marco versus King thing at all. I think it's just almost impossible to argue King over Marco. The best you could do is, like, especially once it's established that Marco did in fact make King bleed, right? The best you could do is you could argue that, like, Marco got tired, but of course he's fighting 2v1. So out of the 3 characters, if one of them's going to get tired, obviously it's the one that's having to fight 2 characters at the same time. So that's not really an argument, right? And then on top of that, Marco had to, right before that, fight a Yonko and one of her commanders, or, Perispero, at the same time, 2v1. And then before that, he had to fucking fly all the way from Sphinx Island to Wado, and he had to take out the rest of the Big Mom pirates along the way. and he had to help out with the Isoni bullshit. Like, the argument that Marco got tired after like 10 chapters of him fucking up King and Queen and embarrassing them is just insane to like argue King over Marco. Like, I think it's mainly just because like Zoro fans, hardcore Zoro fans, want to put Marco above King or King above Marco because it hypes up King even more and Zoro beating King. But it's like Zoro's already above Marco. Like, I think people can accept that. You don't need to also put King above Marco. All right, let's see. Law Kid Hancock. I don't fucking know where to put it. Hancock is the hardest character for me to pick in these sort of things. She really is. I think Rayleigh's a fucking big deal. I'm gonna go ahead and do this. Everyone's gonna be really upset with me. No. I think I did too much. I think I did too much. I don't think Rayleigh's there. I think I'm going to keep Rayleigh there. Okay. I'm going to say this. This is assuming he didn't... I don't know where to put Rayleigh. Okay. Okay, let's start with this. Let's start with this. Pre-TS, he seemed about Admiral level, but with less stamina. Still can scare... let's see. What did Rayleigh say after the Blackbeard situation? 1060, 1059? What did Rayleigh say? What's Rayleigh's opinion on the matter? Okay, so at my age, I could not have possibly won in a head-to-head fight against Blackbeard. All right. Rayleigh's downplaying himself then. I mean, lowering himself in the rankings. Okay. He cannot win against Blackbeard, right? Nah. I think Rayleigh's still above Marco in my book. This is difficult. I kind of want to put Rayleigh here or here. I feel like in my head Rayleigh's supposed to be above Ben Beckman still, but then I'm like, but I feel like Zoro should be above Rayleigh at this point. Gosh, Panda, thanks for 2. Doesn't Zoro's King of Hell have a time limit? He said so. I think so, but at the same time... Oh, wait, Mr. Freeways 1. I'm not sure if Zoro can overwhelm King plus Queen by himself. I personally think that once Zoro was using King of Hell, I think he had a good shot at doing so. And I think that it's... With Marco, the question is not so much like... The question with Marco is always damage output at the end of the day. So, like, Marco might even do a better job of, like, holding down King and Queen by himself for a long time. Whereas with Zoro, once he's using King of Hell, but, like, Marco might have more difficulty putting them down, right? Versus Zoro, once he's using King of Hell, I think he's got a better shot at just, like, putting them down, if that makes sense. You could argue he might not be as good in 2v1, but I could argue that, like, maybe Marco might take a longer time to beat King or have more difficulty actually beating King in a 1v1. Whereas Zoro, once he got King of Hell, it was, like, 10 pages. And then it's, like, GG. Did I say GG? That was really cringe. I apologize for that. This whole area is hard. Zoro, yeah, like, you could debate any of these, right? Like, you could debate any of these, I think, back and forth. At this point, Zoro's doing things that I think are, like, similar to what Rayleigh was doing. Like Rayleigh held off Venus Juro. At this point, Zoro has similar feats, like, to really holding off Kizaru, like Zoro holding off Venus Juro. But Zoro has potentially higher peaks. You know what I'm saying? Or just do the Yamato. I think Yamato, same thing. She held off Kaido. All right. That's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing. All right. This keep in mind, this whole section, it can be reshuffled, I think. All right. On to the next one. King of Hell, I imagine, does have a time limit, but to be fair, Zoro was also already in a really bad physical condition when King of Hell time limit came around. You know, like when Enma started second the hockey. Rayachia, thanks for the 5. Friendly reminder, Bleach Core 3 starts this Saturday. I'm so excited. I loved watching 1,000 Year Blood War. It was a lot of fun. A lot of fun. 1,000 Year Blood War was so much fun. Really beautiful visually, atmospherically, artistically. It's just phenomenal. Bleach character tier list when, and Hattori greater than Emu, and Tyrannosaurus the Mouse number 1. Hattori, I agree, is greater than Emu. Bleach character tier list, I could do a Bleach character tier list. I think we need to see 1,000 Year Blood War play out before you can do a tier list. Because it really, like, without too many spoilers, Bleach, like, already what it's done has completely revamped how people view the Squad Zero members, you know? Tyrannosaurus the Mouse. I don't know. Oh, people are debating about Rayleigh and Kizaru Conquer, like Kizaru really not using Conqueror's Haki and stuff. I personally think that that's just a product of us not being able to see Conqueror's Haki back then. Because certain things, if you go back to pre-time skip, like when they clashed swords and stuff and split the sky, we didn't really get a clear view of what they're doing, but it turned out to be Advanced Conqueror's Haki, right? Oda didn't show it back then, but now we can kind of tell. When Garp punched Marco, we couldn't see the Haki, but now we can imagine it must have been an insane amount of Haki because nobody else has been able to actually damage Marco with a punch except for Garp, you know? All right. Law. Held off. Oh, wait. Went high diff. Or medium high diff? I don't know. I'll say did well against Blackbeard. 1v1. While also outmatched by Blackbeard's. While also having to deal with Blackbeard's subordinates. In favor of Law, people don't usually talk about this that much, that Law had to deal with Blackbeard's subordinates. Because, like, Law's subordinates helped, but they weren't as helpful. So, well against Blackbeard 1v1. Was effective against Big Mom, but only in a 2v1. But only when he could get in sneak attacks 2v1. So not as impressive. 2v1. All characters above him have more impressive 1v1 showings against stronger characters than Blackbeard. Let me do this. Doesn't have any advanced hockey. Can't even coat sword black. Basically. but DF is broken, so he can get by, just not against top tiers 1v1. Okay, I think that's a fair assessment. I don't think there's anything more to be said about law right there. Kid had better 1v moments against Big Mom than Law, but ultimately still can't hold his own against any top tier 1v1 for an extended period of time like the above characters. Wait, let me add this to Zora. During Rooftop, Oda made clear that Zoro's portrayal greater I'll just add that just to dispel any sort of discrepancies about this discussion. Kosh Bandit says, what showing does Ben Beckman have? I've got nothing to say about Ben Beckman. Really no good reason to put him here. Fair to criticize his placement. Honestly, mainly vibes. Just seems like he's a big deal. I've got no argument for Ben Beckman. I'm not trying to claim that it's a very logical argument. I'm saying it's you can criticize him. It's a fair to criticize. It's perfectly fine. If you think Ben Beckman should be way lower, that's fine. Like, I acknowledge this as like I think throughout this list, I think I try and acknowledge places that it's like a bold. This is a speculative call. Dragon's a very speculative call. Akaine's a very speculative call. Ben Beckman's a very speculative call. Let me clarify this. It's hard to scale. Okay, I don't need to add this slide. This is just piling it on. Okay. Okay. Now here's where it gets tricky. Ben Beckman messed up Kid, but I'm being fair to Kid. That was an earlier version of Kid, right? That was not current Kid. Oh, Akash is saying your statement. Fine, I'll clarify besides Ben Beckman. Next few. How about next few characters above him? Because that's really what I'm getting at. No advanced hockey. Alright, there we go. I think when you spell it out this way between Law and Cade, I think that it's pretty clear that there's no argument for them being above Marco, Rayleigh, etc. Wait, I'll say this. Had couple 1 moment against Big Mom. I'll just say that. Because he had 2. Kid had 2 1v1 moments that he was impressive against Big Mom. So only 2. Only 2 moments 1v1 where he goes up against Big Mom. One is when he grabs her fist when he he grabs her when he enters his sword or her fist or something when he enters the fight and then slams her on the ground. So that's when he enters the fight. So it's a surprise. And then the second, when she's coming at him and he uses a sign on her to use magnetism to stop her attack. So those are the only 2 1v1 moments he has. Not too impressive, but it's something. Okay. Jurian DLC says Law is putting Marco in a blunt. There's a buzzing sound. Is this the air conditioning? Should just be the air conditioning. JWP, thanks for the 5. Ben Beckman carried by the one statement that says he's comparable to Shanks. Yeah, that's honestly true. Sorry about the buzzing. Marco, just read everything that Marco did and then compare it to Law, right? And what I wrote about Law is like objective. What I wrote about both these characters is objectively true, right? I'm not leaving anything out, right? Okay, buzzing's gone. But what am I leaving out for Law? Everything I wrote is basically true, right? Did well against Blackbeard 1v1, while also dealing. I added that in. But the next few characters above him have more impressive 1v1 showings against stronger characters than Blackbeard, right? So if you read Marco, right? Marco stalemates Big Mom, and made her leave by himself. Right, so that's better than what Law did against Big Mom, because Law has no 1v1 moments against Big Mom. Like, there's no moment in the fight where it's just Law and Big Mom, and Law gets the better of her. That doesn't happen, right? That's true, Akash Panda, I agree. Okay, so I'll say had, but the thing is, I count that because it is a surprise attack, I suppose, but it's still coming in and clashing with her head up, right? So I still count that as 1v1 in a sense. Laws, like, the attacks I don't count as 1v1 are when it's a sneak attack, like something from behind or because the other character is looking away or distracted, right? If the character is coming, like, if a character is doing something and another character comes in to intercept and clash, I still count that. It's just weaker. But I don't count it as, like, a backstab or something. Backstabs I don't really count. JP, thanks for the 5. Feel like people underrate Hancock's fruit. She can petrify without lust if she actually makes contact, though it seems only at the body part she hits. Yeah, it's just, we don't know how Hockey interacts with her fruit's abilities, because Hockey can cancel that stuff out. Yeah, I'm going to put her here for the moment. No, because the thing is, like, okay, Hancock's the hardest to scale. Hardest to scale because known if others can cancel her fruit abilities with Hockey. If they can't, then she should be higher. In straight physical combat, unclear what levels of Hockey she has. Stampede is not canon. I don't fucking know what to do with Hancock. I really don't know what to do with Hancock. Silver King says Marco has no attack power. He's a stall merchant. He damaged King. He made King bleed. It's really hard to say. All right. Okay, if people are upset with my ranking of Law, right? Like, we can just look at Big Mom, right? Can somebody point me to a panel in the Law versus Kid and Law versus Big Mom fight where Law did anything to Big Mom that was an attack when she wasn't distracted by somebody else, when she wasn't distracted by Kid? If you can point me to a single panel where Law does something to Big Mom when she is not distracted by Kid, I will reconsider his ranking. If you can point me to a single panel. Otherwise, you have to acknowledge it's pure character bias. Luffy Manika 11 says Sabo destroyed 20 plus beams from Kazar in Film Gold. It's not canon, and I believe it was Film Stampede at the very end. I think Sabo fought Lucci in Film Gold. I didn't see all Film Gold. I only saw Stampede. But for some reason they said, if you want to go by movies being canon, then Sabo's fighting Lucci too. JWP, thanks for the 10. Crazy because Blackbeard straight up admitted if he let go of Boa, he would have lost. So either Blackbeard doesn't know how to output Haki like Law to negate Devil Fruits, or Boa's abilities can't be negated. It's hard to say. I don't know how proficient Blackbeard is with Haki. That whole incident is another example of just why Boa is hard to scale. It's another example of that, because it's like Blackbeard had her, but she didn't really fight back in that situation. His abilities can nullify her Devil Fruit, but they don't physically weaken her, right? So she should have been able to fight back in some way. So is she just a Devil Fruit merchant, or what does that mean? Even if she is just a Devil Fruit merchant, if her fruit can't be nullified by Haki, that still makes her really strong, just situationally, or not in matchup specific. King. Extremely hard to damage. Even Zoro couldn't after with the same twister attack that cut Kaido. I'm giving Law over... I think that King has a great matchup against everyone below. I'm putting Law over King just because I think Law can actually damage him. I think King's punk whatever could hypothetically damage King. Hancock, yeah. Marco we already saw. Then the others have advanced Conqueror's Haki. Tala, thanks for the 5. Marco can damage King, then Queen's durability is severely underrated since he took those same hits from Marco. In turn, Sanji gas for low diffing Queen. Hey, I think Sanji over King is like a decent argument. I haven't gotten to Sanji yet. Sanji's just hard to rank. I think Hancock's hard to rank. I don't think Katakuri makes this list. I'm going to say that right now. Okay, let's start with Sabo, right? Sabo... Most characters above have gone 1v1 with then Fujitora, who were actually trying. Sabo's best feat is same as Morley's / Karasu's. Ronnie Braga says, what the fuck, Sabo escaped the Gorosei plus Emu? Yeah, see, that's just Sabo. Yeah, he got away, but he didn't do anything to get it. Like, what are you talking? Do you think Sabo's faster than Venus Juro? That's like saying Beppo got away from Blackbeard and Vad Augur, therefore Beppo, like, that's a feat for Beppo. It's just, no. What does that mean? What does that mean Sabo scales to? What is his, I'm not, okay. This is not a tier list about who can get away, right? This is a tier list about being able to KO, kill, or knock someone into the sea. So I'm going to look at 1v1s where characters are actually fighting other strong characters. Let me clarify this. Running away from the Gorosei is only a feat if you are a Sabo stan. Notice how every other character is measured by their 1v1s. Morpheus Christos, thanks for the 666. That's a cool amount. Hey, Morj, huge fan of your work, but Fairy Tail is better than One Piece. I agree. Sabo, Tom saying, Morj, you forgot Sabo high diff ran away from people. Tala says, Sanji might be faster than Venus Juro if we speed scaling. All right, I'm not getting into this. All right, Sabo ran away from the Gorosei. Wow. He's Admiral level. If he was Admiral level, then wouldn't he have, like, you know, defeated an Admiral when the Admiral was stated to not be trying? I'll do one acknowledgement, though. However, next time we see Sabo, he might have a power-up which could make him rise ranks. I'll say that. It's possible Sabo got a power-up. I am acknowledging other characters who could have gotten power-ups, like Akainu, right? The only reason I'm rating Akainu highly versus Sabo not as much is because we've been seeing Sabo. Like, Dressrosa was a very short time ago. Akainu I'm rating based on, like, Kodiev over the 2-year time skip, because we have not seen him in action post-time skip, right? So Sabo, it's a much shorter time span. Because you can always argue this character could have gotten a power-up, like, Hancock could have fucking gotten a power-up from the last time we saw her. Sabo, I'm making an extra exception just because he just picked up a fruit. So he could be still getting better with the fruit. Proving with fruit. Alright. Here's the thing. If I'm ranking the way I would like to rank, I would just put Sanji fucking... not here. I don't think here. I don't think Sanji's supposed to be a Vlon kid. If we're ranking the way I want to rank, I'm putting Sanji right there. If we're ranking the way I want to rank. I don't think that that's necessarily right, though. Sanji, the tricky thing is I don't have the feats. I just don't have the feats for him yet. I feel like Sanji's supposed to be higher. I just don't have the feats for him yet, you know? Tala saying Morj King greater than Sanji's insane. I just don't have the feats, though. I would love to. I want to argue it. I would love to put Sanji somewhere. I would love to put Sanji somewhere around, like, here-ish. You know I would. I just don't have the feats. Like, I think his best feat might be stopping Kizaru's laser, which is not that big of a deal in the grand scheme of things. Like, I can't argue in good faith that is better than Sabo holding off Fujitora for a semi-extended period of time, you know? Even if Fujitora wasn't trying. Sanji blocking one laser isn't there, right? The thing that we have with Sanji is that he really fucked up Queen as soon as he got his upgrade, right? But then Queen is hard to rate as well. You could make the argument that most of these characters could fuck up Queen with a similar amount of difficulty to Sanji or easier, right? The other thing you have with Sanji is like, well, portrayal. So Zoro, it's like how close is Sanji supposed to be to Zoro? That in itself is debatable, right? The Venus Juro moment. Yeah, he blitzed Venus Juro. Those are the type of feats I don't value as much because it's like a character coming in as out of surprise. It's kind of like, remember when Kid came in, grabbed Big Mom when she was attacking Nami and stuff, and stopped her then? Like, it's a feat, but I don't value it that much because the character's coming in out of the blue. You know what I mean? Was Venus Juro aware Sanji's coming? I don't think so, right? Those are kind of like no matter how you spin it, I think that his feats don't really hold up as well. AVW says he blocked Venus Juro, kicked the shit out of him, made him bleed. Yeah. Again, but that's like, if I'm comparing to like Kid, to me that's like the lowest end feat that Kid kind of has, doing that with Big Mom. Like, it's just a very competitive range here. I think Sanji could be higher. It's just, this is a competitive range we're looking at here. Can someone tell me the chapter off the top of Sanji blocking and blitzing Venus Juro? Let's look at it together. Let's look at it together. We got 2 more spots in this top 30, right? I've got Sanji above Lucci. I'll say that right now. Sanji above Lucci, that's for sure. I don't know yet with Crocodile and Katakuri. I think that's complicated. These 4 we have yet to solve, okay? Somebody tell me the chapter. I need a chapter. Somebody tell me a chapter. ZZ says, Morj, how do you have Sakazuki... How do you have Sakazuki top 7 because of narrative, but have King over Shiryu? Because it's stated that the Blackbeard pirates are still growing in power. They said that they're still training their fruits and stuff. That was explicitly stated. Blackbeard himself... the Blackbeard pirates as a whole have been presented as a group that is getting stronger still. They're not at their peak yet. I think Akainu is more likely to have already reached his peak over the time skip, having gotten a power-up, considering his battle with Aokiji. However, it's possible that he hasn't gotten that yet. Maybe he should be lower. Maybe Akainu should be like here or something. That's entirely reasonable. I still think Akainu will get a power-up. So it's more so, I assume that both groups needed to get stronger from what we last saw of them. But Akainu, it's kind of like Shiryu and the Blackbeard pirates, it's stated that they're still training their fruits and getting stronger. Akainu, it's like either he's gotten the Advanced Conqueror's Haki upgrade already or not. Tala, thanks for the 5. Rooftop Zoro considers lasers unblockable. 1032. Oh, no, I know what you're talking about. This is King's Head. I don't really count that. I get what you're saying. It's like a laser beam, but it's like it's the speed of it, right? But I get what you're saying. That's significant. I get what you're saying. I'm not gonna say that's not insignificant. I'm not gonna say that's not significant. Sanji with no flame, casual kick, shatters one next arc. I don't think that this is King's strongest attack. That's all I'll say. But to me, I interpreted this more like the speed of it because it just seemed like a really fast attack. Right? I don't think it's literally like a laser in the substance of the attack, right? Because we know it's ultimately King's head. I interpreted this more as the speed. I don't think this is King's strongest attack. I'll just say that. I don't think it's ever implied that that's King's strongest attack. Speed is also something that Zora's struggling with here. I agree that blocking Kizaru's kick is significant, but I'm just saying that it's competing with a lot, right? Because it's competing with characters who are, like, how do I say this? If Sanji fought against Kizaru by himself for like a stretch of time, like 30 minutes or something like that, I think we would rate that higher than just blocking one laser, right? And Sabo essentially did that. Now, granted, Fujitora was not trying, and that's explicitly stated, but I think we need more than just blocking one laser from Kizaru. 1113? Alright, let's take a look at the Venus Jura scene. It's at the end of the chapter, right? Yeah, that is a really good feat. That is good. That is good. I think my problem is just basically like, it's just nothing's extended, right? Nothing's extended. It's just moment to moment. That's really why I block, like, Doc, like, other characters as well, so I'm trying to be consistent. Also, in case... Hold on. Let me clarify this. In case anyone's confused about King over Sabo, Magma... Oh, wait. Sabo literally can't damage King, and Magma greater than fire. Literally no debate to be had. Just clarifying that right there. Maybe I'm over-explaining. Alright. Jesus says, Morj, how can Marco damage King but Sabo can't? I don't know, man. You gotta ask Oda. That's not my problem. Sanji. What to do with Sanji? I got Sanji over Lucci. I have a feeling Crocodile will be above Lucci when we see him. How do we feel about Sanji versus Katakuri? Stormfox, thanks for the 2. Hot take, Katakuri overall better fighter than King. I don't think that's a hot take. I think that Katakuri is overall a better, more skilled fighter, you could say. It's just that King's got fucking broken genes. So it's like, I can't see Katakuri ever damaging King. I could see King putting out enough AoE to defeat Katakuri over time. Ronnie Braga says, I have a question. Debating who wins, King or Sabo. Who is a stronger, best matchup overall opponents? It's not... No. It should be overall opponents. It should be overall. But I think King is more of a problematic matchup for more characters than Sabo is. Like, put it this way. I could see Sanji beating Sabo. I don't know like Sanji versus King, it comes down to, does Oda decide that Sanji can damage Lunarians or not? Sanji over Katakuri. So, yeah, Katakuri was already surprised by Sanji's observation haki. All right, Lucci and Katakuri. I don't know. I don't think I need to explain Lucci and Katakuri. No, I guess I should, because they're getting left off, right? It's really hard to hit, but just doesn't have offensive firepower. Down a lot of characters and keep up with the offense of above characters. Most likely. I don't know, really hard to guess. Might be much higher on the list, to be honest. Entirely up to Oda how much he gave him a boost from the time skip. Just putting him around Lucci's level for now. BTS villains who got a buff for post DS. All right. Stormfox thanks for 2. Funny enough, Katakuri counters Law. Katakuri is a great matchup against Law. Phenomenal matchup against Law. I would take Katakuri against Law, but it's not about a 1-to-1 matchup, although I've been talking about that, right? It's not just about a 1-to-1 matchup. It is ultimately about, like, how do you do against the entire field. I think Katakuri, I don't know. It's just everybody else is like I don't know. I can't imagine Katakuri beating King, right? Can't imagine him ever putting down Marco. He could do well against Law. He might even do well against Kid. We saw how Kid got fucked up by observation haki. Katakuri's just hard to say. I don't think he has a high pain tolerance either. Just because, like, Luffy only needed to get in some hits later on to take him down. I might be underrating Katakuri. Might be severely underrating. Some characters above could have problems. Could Death Beat be a tough matchup for some above? JWP, thanks for the 5. Cole's top 3 agendas. Mine is God King Shanks or Sabo, Sanji, and Cat. Y'all are opposites, LMFAO. Well, I still believe in... I've got Shanks really high. I just don't get... I think Sanji definitely could be higher. He just doesn't have the feats. But Sabo has no feats, and then Katakuri just is a poor matchup against a lot of characters above, right? Just because he doesn't have that offensive ability. Okay, I'm just going to say this for Sanji. Might be a lot higher. Close to Zoro. But currently lacks extended feats against top tiers like most of the above, or clearly broken abilities like Hancock/King. He could skip be a lot higher. So going to be conservative with his ranking at the moment. I'll just say that. How about that? Insatiable Hunger, thanks for the 5. I really need to see Oda add an NL side story, Space Invasion. Of course, hypothetically, this fleet would be a parody of Star Wars put on a light show. I don't know if we're going to get a whole NL side story at this point, especially because we already got one. Okay. All right, everybody. Sabo above Katakuri. I just think fire AoE is just too much, probably. Just the amount of fire that could be outputted could just be too much for Katakuri. All right, everybody. Here's the final top 30. Let me see. Do I feel good about this? Emu, I got number 1. I got Dragon number 2. I think because Dragon will be the counterpart to Emu come endgame. I already said it's very speculative. Stormfox, thanks for the 2. Katakuri only first mate with Conqueror's Haki, so above Crocodile. I could see Katakuri just doesn't do anything with it. At the end of the day, he's also the first mate to go down. You know. JWP, thanks for gifting 5 more memberships. Holy shit. ZZ, Visvim Frog, Smolne, Koro Sensei, Barry Hubler, say thanks to JWP. Yeah, just as usual, man, thank you so much for the long-term support and for helping out everybody in this channel. JP, thank you for the 5. Sanji may not have as many feats as Zoro, but Oda keeping them neck and neck usually ends up being a safe gamble. That's true, and that's why I said in this, it's just I would like to see a bit more before I do it. Kiara, holy shit, thank you for gifting 20 memberships. I really, really appreciate that, as do all of these people in chat. 20 people just got members, got membership tier. Yeah, thank you so much. Seriously, I've been appreciating the recent support quite a bit. Thank you very, very, very much. Holy shit, what a way to close out the stream. Thank you. Fading Phase, Radom, Ty Smith. People are loading. This is a lot of people. I mean, it's 20 people. Rohan, Good Life, Sweeney, Fahum, Talion, Yokai. Oh, nope. Gustavio, Dabagnoles, Ryan DeFore, Rafael, Rizzi Iglesias, Kirby and Hills, Jotaro, Bunfagum. Oh, Bunfagum got Oda Fish, Sad Sadire, and Holloway, Calvin, the Goat Ent, Zoro Chiha. Everybody say, Broke Kids, everybody say thanks to Kiara. Seriously, thank you so much for coming through. Thank you for the support. Everybody in the chat say thanks to JWP and Kiara, of course. Yeah, thank you very, very much. Yeah, let's just run through this top 30 one last time. Emu at the top, Dragon, just because I feel like he seems set up narratively to play that counterpart role to Emu. Obviously, will be weaker in the end, but again, I acknowledge this is very, very speculative. JWP, thank you for matching another 10 memberships. Holy shit. JWP has gifted like 20 memberships himself over the course of this stream. Holy shit. Thank you so much, man. Everybody say thank you to JWP as well. We got some great people coming through this stream. Pistro Beer, Not Matt, Joko's Ego, Ephemius, Beep, Ali Clown, Joel Banyano. Everyone just say thanks. Lane, You Happy, JWP Flexing 2, says Akash Panda. Everybody say thanks to JWP, of course, again. Shishis says, bro didn't read my super earlier. My bad. Hold on. Shishis, Morj, where do you see Momo on this list near the end of the series if he has a hardcore training arc? Love your videos. Keep up the great work, bro. If he has a hardcore training arc, I think he could crack the top 30. I just don't think he'd be, like, insanely high up it, you know, just because it's so incredibly late. And, like, he has a strong body, but you need so much more than that, you know? He does have a strong Devil Fruit as well. I think he could crack the top 30 if Oda decided to just give him an arbitrarily huge training arc, but it would be kind of insane to have Momonosuke passive characters like Katakuri and, you know, like Doflamingo and shit like that just all of a sudden, in my opinion. Especially because he's like 8 years old, like mentally. I don't know. Like, don't you need life experience and, you know, like mental fortitude and stuff like that? I don't know. All right, Emu, Dragon, Shanks, because I think Shanks is essentially the big good figure right now. Maybe the strongest hockey user in the world outside of, I don't know, who knows about Emu? Who knows about Dragon right now? Mihawk, we already covered Shanks. Mihawk, Garling, strongest Gorsei, will be the final boss's strongest subordinate. Warkiri, just based on feats, difficulty Luffy had with him. Akainu, I'm assuming the role that Luffy will have in relation to having to fight Akainu down the line. Akainu, I think, if he doesn't have some sort of power-up, if he's at his pre-time skip level, then I don't think he's too far ahead the other admirals. I think he's basically the same as Aokiji. So if Akainu has no power-up, he should actually drop to basically being equal to Aokiji. If he's gotten a power-up, like a Conqueror's Haki or something like that, then I think he could be here. Luffy, we could debate Gear 5 Luffy, where he should land on the list all day, but I'm taking into account the time limit, so I'm putting him here. Yeah, Venus Juro, Mars, Gorsei, just strong Gorsei. I put him slightly above the average Admiral level, I think, just because of the role in the story, and the infinite regeneration is a huge plus. Garp, just based on the Hachinosu raid and the recent statements on it. Aokiji, Blackbeard, I still think Aokiji takes Blackbeard, personally. Just Aokiji versus Akainu, you know. JWP, thanks for the 2. W Morj for 4.5-hour stream. Yeah, top 30 serious business. Plus, we had all those call-ins. Also, W to you, JWP, for supporting the stream so much, man. Thank you very, very, very much. Blackbeard, I think he could be a lot higher if he has a third fruit already. If he doesn't, then I think still the Blackbeard parts are portrayed as a work in progress, so here seems about good. I still think he can probably take the Admirals because the Admirals are more Devil Fruit based than Haki based, and Blackbeard just has better Devil Fruits than them. Sengoku passes Prime, Jupiter, weak Gorsei, these are the weaker Admirals, etc. Now, right around here, Ben Beckman is the end of Admiral level, right? Ben Beckman, just vibes, he might be the strongest Yonko first mate, therefore he falls here. Zoro, I think, has insanely high peaks based on Ashura, but it's hard to say when he's pulling out what at this point, King of Hell, etc. The Lucci situation wasn't that good. Still held off Venus Juro at the end of the arc. He could argue that he's passed up the Yonko first mate level. It's just hard to say. Like, his peak is really high, but it's hard to say what level of handle he has on Advanced Conqueror's Haki just yet. Yamato, you could argue her above Zoro. I still got Zoro above, but, the holding off of Kaido, 1v1, Advanced Conqueror's Haki. Rayleigh passes Prime. I think at this point, Zoro and Yamato both have better feats than him. Marco, this is the no longer Advanced Conqueror's Haki level, right? So 23 down, no longer Advanced Conqueror's Haki, no longer Admirals and stuff like that. Marco just has the best feats out of any of these characters by a good margin. You just read his resume. He just resume checks everybody below. He's got a broken Devil Fruit. Phenomenal. Law and Kid are also very Devil Fruit dependent, similar to Marco. Marco, I think, just has much better feats, has done more 1v1 than they have. They have been good in 2v1s against Big Mom, and generally with sneak attacks, and not really facing her face up. But then Law also had the Blackbeard incident, which makes me put him above Kid. Hancock, just too hard to scale. She could be a lot higher. She could maybe be lower. Her fruit ability versus her physical ability, it's hard to say. King is just a fucking nightmare matchup for a lot of characters. You just need... It's hard to say what you even need to beat King. I don't think Sabo has what it takes to beat King, just based on... It's just like a terrible matchup for Sabo. And then Sanji, it's yet to be confirmed if he can damage Lunarian, I think, like King. So I'm putting them both below. Crocodile, Lucci, Katakuri, I don't know if they can damage King. That's why I think King just is like a gatekeeper for these characters below. Sanji in particular, I think, could be a lot higher, though, because Oda could write Ifrit Jambe as being that level of damage. Sanji could go way up, like several spots up, like being very close to Zoro. So Sanji, I will acknowledge there. Sabo, most overrated character in the game. If you actually sit down and look at what he's done in the story, it's pretty much nothing. His best feat is literally the same as other, like, Morley and Karasu, which is holding off an admiral who wasn't trying. Every character above him has better feats, except for Hancock, King, who are more so based on their just abilities, are being broken. But every character above him has better feats, has done more. Yeah, it's just, and a lot of them start having Advanced Conqueror's Haki and actually top tier abilities the further up you go. Sabo is just, he shouldn't be in certain conversations. If you bring up Sabo running away from the Gorosei, then it's basically just Sabo. Like, you just want to rank Sabo high to rank up Sabo high, because this is a tier list about 1v1s, not about running away from shit. And then Crocodile, maybe Lucci could be higher, maybe Crocodile could be... Crocodile, we don't fucking know. I think Crocodile likely got a big time skip power-up, much like Lucci. And just based on his role being kind of the first mate of Cross Guild, he could be a lot higher on this list. Especially if the Strats are supposed to fight Cross Guild a lot later. He could be a lot higher. Just hard to say with Crocodile right now. And then Lucci, Lucci unfortunately doesn't get to look cool because he was written in to lose to Luffy and Zoro, which aren't bad opponents to lose to. But it's hard to scale him. Katakuri, I might be really underrating Katakuri. But at this point, it is what it is. All right. All right, everybody. We're going to call it a stream there. Thank you all for tuning in. No, wait. Fuck, I got to read some supers. Hold on. Eric J.O., thanks to the 2. W Morj, W List, W Community. Thanks so much. I really appreciate that. JP, this is the final comment of the day. Thanks for the 10. Definitely think Dragon versus Garling would happen. Even their dialogue about the world heading into chaos and needing to secure peace sound eerily similar to each other. I would love Dragon versus Garling. Part of the reason is I believe that could happen, which is why I've got Dragon high. Him defeating Imu's strongest subordinate. And then Garling just a couple spots away from him as like a good challenge. For all we know, if Dragon and Garling is kind of a final matchup, then Garling could maybe even be higher up this list, like maybe even above Shanks, but then that's going to piss off a lot of people. We don't know. At the end of the day, maybe we're thinking too much about Dragon. Maybe we're hyping up Garling too much. We don't know. That's all speculative. Top 30s change, but yeah. All right, everybody, thank you for tuning in. If you saw some of the people joining the stream today who wanted to, or people joining the stream today who, and you wanted to be one of them, you can purchase one of the bundles. That's one of the perks that comes with the bundles. The link is in the description at the top of the stream. The end date for that bundle being sold is tonight, so midnight EST tonight, so just a heads up. But thank you, everybody, for tuning in. Thank you, everybody who joined the stream live as a caller who joined in, so thank you for your support, all 5 of you. And yeah, I will talk to you all later.